All right, I think we're live. Let us get the chat to work. This is a Monday stream. I don't normally stream on Mondays, which is exciting. Let's make sure the chats work. I don't think that chat worked. What's going on? There we go. Cool. I have chat spammed in here. Let me see if I can delete these really quick. All right. Probably gonna be a short stream today. But there's some stuff I want to work on, so I figured a live stream could be fun. So today I want to do some work on the UI, or the menu, a little bit. Nothing major, but I just want to like improve some of these buttons, specifically on the save file menu. And like the proportions are a little weird on this as well. Now this whole menu is just like kind of temporary. Just because I'm not focused on obviously the menu buttons and how they look too much at this state, because the game is still in early days. But it would be nice to have a somewhat functional main menu. So what I want to do is improve the session buttons. So this is like the list of save files basically. And I'm just using buttons and the button name is the session name. But I can do this a little more intelligently than this. So I'm going to do that. Or not intelligently, but elegantly, I guess, is a better word. But first, I have some debug UI stuff I want to turn off. So like I have this like session state UI panel on the right side, which we don't really need active at all times. So I'm going to put that behind a console command to enable and disable that. But let me find kind of my template code I use for this. So we need basically this. Hey, going good. Welcome to the stream. I think you might be one of the first to stop by. Yeah, things are going good. I'm gonna work on some menu stuff today. Is kind of my goal. Kind of easy work actually. I don't have a ton of time to stream today, so I'm kind of just doing some easy stuff, low-hanging fruit type work. If that makes sense, I can split this into a ternary expression. What do you mean by long code? That's kind of a C++ problem, I think. The C++ has some verbose code, so like some stuff is just long by the syntax of the language kind of makes it long. But I'm also kind of verbose with my variable names and function names. So it's kind of goes either way. It's something you get used to though, if you program more in this sort of style. I'm pretty liberal about my use of white space as well. So like how I add spacing in new lines, just because I kind of like my code to breathe a bit more. Which isn't, I haven't always been like that. I used to kind of like compact code. But then over time I kind of realized I like being more spacious. So right now specifically I'm adding a new terminal command. What do you mean by benchmarks? Like performance benchmarks? I have a little in-program tool to do profiling. I can show that in a second. I just need to get this command enabled. Shouldn't take me too much longer. Basically just plumbing through some stuff here. Like I need to free this. Yeah, I'll show you what my little in-engine profiler looks like. It's pretty rudimentary at the moment, but it's kind of useful. It's something I've just been adding to over time. Okay, one more place I need to do some stuff here. I need to find the function. So if we are not debugging, then we'll just early return. Okay, so what I just did, let me get into like a multiplayer session. So I added this command now so I can debug the session, and then the little pop-up appears on the right side, the little debug panel, which is nice so it's not always enabled. But I like having this because I can just dump information into that panel. But the profiler, I think I have it enabled in here. So, oops. I can't type. Oh my god. There we go. So this here on the top, this is like a frame profiler, and it runs every frame. So you have like a history for the last second of execution. So I can pause this by, I think, pressing F1. So all these little bars represent a frame, and the height is in milliseconds, and it's like bounded by the slowest frame and the fastest frame. So you can see my game is actually kind of spiky in specific frames, and this is and when I click these, I get a more detailed breakdown of basically what in the frame is taking up time. So you kind of like drop down the stack here and see which functions are actually, you know, eating up most of the time. So in the spiky frames, most of my time is on the simulation readback function, that simulation _step _readback. And that time is just because I'm stalling, waiting for the GPU to transfer the fluid simulation data so that I can access it for like CPU side physics and stuff. So this isn't even a problem necessarily with my code. It's just like a fundamental limitation of trying to synchronize the GPU with the CPU. But the rest of the frames are pretty normal. There's like different steps. And you can see like my average frame time currently is about 9.9 milliseconds for the game. And like I can uncap the frame rate as well. And I'm getting about, I don't know, 1400 frames per second currently. The UI, okay, so the UI system is actually very simple. I just have functions to like draw text and draw rectangles. So like I can draw all the primitive shapes, and I just like build up my UI just by drawing primitive shapes. So it's actually not that complicated. Now I do have a more complicated UI system for other things. So like this is just a simple panel. It just always draws on the top left of the screen at this size. So no matter what I do to like the window size, it always just is this big. But I have more complicated UI widgets. Like here's one for cloud color for like debug kind of tweaking colors. Let me turn the profiler off. So like here's a more complicated widget because it's actually like a window, and I can open up like two of these. These are different cloud colors than your color. So this is a more complicated widget. And this one like is like a color picker timeline thing. And I can like change the color of the clouds because this one's hooked into the cloud renderer. So I can like tweak these values. So yeah, I have like two types of widgets in the engine. So I have like complicated ones and simple ones. And the complicated ones were a bit more time consuming to develop actually. And I'm going to be working on some of these today, in fact. So that'll be interesting. I have another example project where I kind of show off my widget development. Actually, this one, I believe. Yeah, here's my widget test project. So I have like a text editor widget where you can like cut and paste and all this fun stuff. I have sliders, buttons, checkboxes. So yeah, the simple UI system is like good for debug stuff because I can just write it. It's just it's like kind of IM GUI like where it's kind of just reconstructed every single frame procedurally. Whereas this UI system is like state bound. So these are like widgets that exist as like objects. So yeah, it's a fun time. But yeah, so today I'm actually going to be creating a new widget for these save file list icons. This is my save file list. And I just want these to have a bit more information about the save file. Ideally. Because right now it's just a button with the text being the name of the save file. But it would be nice to have like a delete button so I can like delete the files. And all of that fun stuff. Yeah, I did. I have a computer science degree. That was a few years ago. I've been out for a little while now. I'll say I didn't really learn most of this stuff at university though. A lot of this like game development stuff is kind of, well, self-taught, but also on the job a bit because I worked at a game company for a little while. But they don't really teach this stuff at university. They kind of just teach like computer science fundamentals, which are obviously useful to know them. But it's kind of a different set of skills, I feel like. So yeah, I'm gonna add this new widget. Let me see, we need a new folder here for like UI. And to bootstrap my little widget here, I need to find them. Yeah, so I have all these UI widget object things, and these are built into the engine, which I don't know if I like doing that, but that's something I'll change in the future if I ever want to change that. I'll just copy the button because that's like the closest widget to what I'm after at the moment. So we'll call this like a save file. I don't know. Or I guess I should use session. I've been using the word session instead of save file because save file isn't actually precisely what these things represent. So I have the name. And this is kind of interesting, I guess, for the stream. So this is my engine's object, quote unquote, scripting language, I guess you could call it. So this is how I create like objects and entities in my engine. Is I have this little dot object prefixed file, and you kind of write C++ code in here, but there's also kind of an extra layer of just object definition type stuff. Yeah, so I think this should compile right away. So yeah, what's cool about this is my build tool knows what objects are. So it actually does some code generation from this file to generate C++ engine code. So I can just hook these in directly into the engine. So that's kind of a neat system. But anyway, let's see. So we can stub out. Where do I create the list of these button things? Let's see. This menu is kind of gross, actually. The code for this isn't the best. But here we create the list of them somewhere. Yeah. So we create the buttons here. So we'll copy this function. It'll be like yeah, it's a really powerful tool actually. So long as I think it's easy to go a little overboard with it though. And I think arguably my object system is potentially on the overboard side. But what's cool about doing the code generation is like you said, yeah, you can avoid templates for a lot of stuff. And you can just automate sort of boilerplate type code, which is really useful. So yeah, see now I have access to this session thing. And I can kind of show this off actually, what the generated code looks like. So from that file, or from all the object files, it generates me a list of basically IDs for all my different object types. So like these are all the built-in UI widgets, kind of take up the top portion because those are included with, I guess, the core engine code. And then all these random ones are just like objects I have in the game. And some of these are just like temporary debug stuff. Like the grenade is kind of just a hacked in object. So that's like the kind of the header file for just the types and the IDs. But this is like the actual generated code, which is essentially just like if I find this guy real quick, the one I just created. So essentially all this is it generates like class, I guess, definitions. And yeah, so like from my little scripting language, it generates me all the sort of C++ boilerplate stuff I need for, you know, function calls and the inheritance, and also like handling the object IDs within the object system. So there's like kind of random stuff I need for that. So yeah, it just generates this big file. And the cool thing is this is like a single translation unit as well. So like all the object files get kind of clumped into this one. So you only pay the compilation cost for the one file. I mean the bulk of the compilation cost. Which is cool. And all these templates are like explicitly instantiated too. So like although some of this looks like template magic, the compiler is not going to be like wasting much of time doing template specializations because I'm explicitly saying, okay, these are the ones that exist. But that allows me to use like the template, I guess, syntax and features throughout my game code. without paying the cost of like this massive ballooning template system. Yeah, that's a good that's a good idea actually. Yeah, because I was gonna demonstrate one of the downsides of this is that like my actual object code that I care about is in these object files, these .object. But if I have a compilation error in this code, obviously the compiler doesn't know about this code. It knows about my generated source code. So all my errors point to this thing. And I find myself accidentally coming in and fixing the errors in here. And then I recompile and it sees that my object source file is like invalid now. So it will just overwrite it. So it's like this annoying kind of workflow thing that I wish there was a clean way to solve, but I don't think there is. You kind of just have to accept that the C++ compiler won't know about your code gen. I mean, I'm sure there's a way if you wrote like a plugin for like Clang, you could maybe hook in something, because I know you can do crazy stuff with that, but I don't really want to rely on some weird like compiler extension, custom written compiler extension, LLVM extension for that. So yeah, why is it mad about this? Redefinition of default argument. What? Is that just not a real error? Oh, it is a real error. Did I? Oh, I didn't rename this. Create. Where did I go? Okay, so we just need to create a bunch of these. Change a bunch of stuff. So this creates the widget. And then this thing is now session widget. Does that actually work, the line thing? If that does work, that'd be actually super useful. I'll need to look into that because I really want to solve this problem because it like keeps biting me in the ass. I do it so often and I waste time like going back and forth because I mess stuff up. So yeah, if I could fix that, that'd be great. Okay, so let's see. Anywhere I refer to this thing, just need to make sure I change all of these to be the correct. Okay. I want to look into this. Is that supported by all the compilers too? Is that like an actual feature? Pragma line. I guess C++. Or pound line. I'm gonna do this. This is actually a great idea. Wow. See, the more you learn, the more you know. This is why these streams are great, because I just like get little bits of wisdom from other people. Okay, so anyway, I have these widgets. So these are in theory using my new widget type, which looks exactly the same, except the callback doesn't work anymore, which is interesting. So what happened there? Oh, I didn't change this one. I should do that, yeah, because I do a bunch of code gen for my shaders too. That's actually such a great thing to know. Wow. I'm surprised I didn't know that. All right, my widgets work again. Yeah, because I also have my generated shader code, which is kind of horrendous the way it looks. But like, you know, this doesn't look as pretty as my source shader code because I'm generating it for the backends. All right, so, and yeah, to answer the question, I do have OpenGL support as one of my render APIs. Okay, so create the widget. So let's actually do some stuff with the widget. So like I want the widget to display obviously the name of the file, the save file, and probably the time of last played, I guess. And then maybe an icon. And I have some icons in here somewhere. Let me go dig these up. Somewhere off screen. I need to organize my files better. Where's my... let me just open my other file, my other version. You guys can get a little sneak peek of my old engine in a second here. This was my old engine prior to this one. I don't even know if this still runs. This engine used CMake, and CMake has a tendency of not working. Yeah, okay, here was my my old version before I decided to rewrite the engine. So the game kind of looks the same actually. Maybe the sky's a little darker. The current engine for about 2 years, but I've been working on I've been working towards it for a while before that. So this is like what I used to have. I have my own build. So, okay, it's kind of a long story. So I'm not using CMake, but I was at the beginning and I decided to stop using it because basically what I did is my engine has a build tool that runs. So basically there's like 3 stages to my engine, but I guess 2 main ones. So I have a build tool that runs. So every time I click run, the build tool runs first. And the job of the build tool basically is to collect all the game's assets and shader files and like process and then pack them into a binary file. And then when the engine starts up, like the runtime, it loads the binary file, like loads all the sounds, loads all the textures. And some of it's streamed from the file as well. It's not all loaded at startup. But that was the original job of the build tool. And it was kind of a requirement that that tool ran before the engine ran, because the build tool also does some of the code generation that I need to compile into my game's executable. So I had this dual stage build pipeline happening where I ran the tool first and then I ran the game, or then I compiled and then ran the game. And it was really annoying in CMake to get the build dependencies, to have it so that my build tool ran first and then CMake would wait for my build tool to finish before it tried to compile the actual game. And I did get it to work. There's some stuff you can do in CMake to kind of get that to work. But while I was working on the build tool, I kind of realized that the tool was already doing basically 90% of what CMake was doing for me. And it was once I had done all the asset processing, like scanning the file system, like the directory for the asset files, I realized it was such a small step to just also glob together all the C files. So I just made my build tool be responsible for also kicking off the compilation of the game. So it just generates the scripts directly that run the compiler and the linker. So I don't actually have like a build system. I just generate the script that kicks off compilation myself. So what's nice about that is there's just like no dependencies other than like, you know, being able to run a batch script on Windows and like a shell script on POSIX, and having a C++ compiler installed on your system. So it's very self-contained in that respect. But anyway, I came to this project because I want these icons from the left. And did I miss any questions? What do you mean by engine? Yeah, okay, so engine, yeah, this is interesting. So what is a game engine? So a game engine is not, so in the mainstream kind of understanding, I think a game engine is like Unity or Unreal or like Game Maker or Godot. And those engines are like applications you run that have visual, you know, scripting sort of things, and like you have a window that you're like creating the game in, right? So that's like that's the game engine, but that's also like the IDE, like the integrated developing environment, that interfaces with the engine, but the engine isn't the editor. It lives underneath the editor. And like when your game is running, like you ship a game on Steam or something, you're not shipping the editor, you're shipping the game, right? So the editor is kind of like this separate thing that interfaces with the engine, that helps you make the game. But it's actually not part of the engine directly, I guess. Because the engine's lower than that. It's like a game engine is responsible for like creating the window, handling like sound, handling user input, like typing on the keyboard, clicking the mouse, using a controller. It's responsible for graphics, responsible for file system, like loading and unloading files. So my engine does all of that, but it doesn't have an editor. My editor is just like typing code. If that answers the question. Yeah, it's just directly using the Windows. Like on Windows, I'm just using the Windows C headers to like create a window. I can show that in a second, but let me grab these icons really quick before I get too lost here. I just need to copy these over because I want to use these in my new project as nice little temporary placeholders. Where am I? Manta projects. I have too many folders. Assets. Let me create a new file. UI. Paste. Yeah, here. So I can show the window code just like briefly. Because I think people see the whole no library thing and think it's some crazy like voodoo magic. And I wish people didn't have that impression, because it's actually not as hard as you would think. And arguably it's like simpler because there's very little code, and then you're not relying on something that can break. So like, sorry, let me navigate around. I need to focus here. So on Windows, this here is all of the code you need. This is, I think, like 71 lines to create a window on Windows using like the official Windows C header files. So you can see it's actually only like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 function calls, and some of these are error checking. Like this one's just checking to see if Windows failed to do what you wanted it to do. So you have 5 function calls from the Windows header to create a window. So now obviously there is more code beyond that, like to handle input, but it's also not as bad as you think. Like this entire file to do Windows on like the Windows operating system is 500 lines of code, and the majority of this code is white space, debug macros, and just like me making new lines to make functions a little more readable. And then like the equivalent is true on Mac. So like this is the code for creating a window on Mac. I think it's even smaller, or it's roughly the same amount. It's about 80 lines. And I think Linux might be the shortest. No, they're all about the same. You can see they're all about the same length because ultimately you do the same things on each one. So like here's like the Linux X11 code. So yeah, so yeah, when I say no libraries, it's just because I didn't, I don't know, I kind of wanted to just learn how this stuff worked, which is kind of my initial motivation. But then I got deep into it and I was like, okay, well, I'm kind of just going to do this now. So, and it makes a good YouTube title because it draws in people thinking, what am I doing? Yeah, I use xlib for X11. Okay, projects. Let me get these icons rendering. Output assets, UI. I don't know why I have so much padding on these. How many of them are there? 6? Oh, that was the wrong file. I need to do some spring cleaning on my sprite names. So we have 6, and then what did I have for the origin? And one of the benefits of not using a bunch of libraries for stuff is that your compile times are really fast, which is like a notorious C++ problem where compile times can just balloon out of control and you waste a lot of time just waiting for your code to compile. And I value that maybe more than I should, but I think quick turnaround times is like very important for productivity. So it's something I cared about from the beginning. So that's kind of a nice feature. Okay, so now we can draw these things. We'll just draw them. For now, we'll draw them on the left side, I guess. I don't know where to draw this. Yeah. It's C++, it's so easy to like just destroy your compile times. All right, we have our little icon on the left here, which is cool. Obviously the positioning is not great. I've got some crazy music playing in the background. Did you evaluate any other language before C++? And yeah, I have heard about Rust. Okay, C++. No, not in any serious capacity. So I chose C++ mostly because that was what like the language I was using the most at the time. Well, I guess that I have been using the most prior to starting the project. Because I worked in games for a while at like a AAA studio. So all of that code was C++. So I was just like doing C++ all the time. So I'm just most familiar with C++, and I guess I feel most comfortable working in it now. I'm not really like a big language snob though, I think. Because like I do some stuff with Java as well for work, so like I do a lot of Java code. And C++ and Java are kind of like two different languages. They're similar in some ways actually with the object-oriented side of things. But obviously in C++ you can opt in and out of doing that sort of stuff. Whereas Java, it's kind of just a different philosophy of a language. In like C, I considered doing the engine in just C as well at one point. Because I do write kind of C-like code. In terms of style. But I decided I like templates and I like function overloading. I like lambda expressions. I think some of the syntax for like initialization is a bit nicer in C++. Granted, there's like 50 ways to initialize things. Yeah, and thanks. The water, I'm very proud of the water. It's actually a full-on like water simulation. It's kind of intense. Kind of looks a little weird here because it took a while for the water to fall down, but oh yeah, I also have oil as well, and lava. The oil and the lava don't look very good. Oh, and the part I just got working most recently, which I can show off because I'm excited about it, is that the simulation works in multiplayer now. Of course, I spawn into a world that doesn't have water. Oops. Let's find a better one. Here we go. Whoa, how come I don't see my other character? Here, let me restart. Something's broken. The multiplayer is a little work in progress right now. Something's a bit busted. Here we go. Interesting. I guess I can't see the other character. But you can still see that the water physics are networked, which is cool. It's kind of broken. Let me figure out why this is broken. That's super weird. Am I doing something dumb? Oh, I'm sending packets in this draw event. What? Here we go. My netcode is actually really bad right now. Here we go. It shouldn't be broken in this one. There we go. Now you can see it. It's not perfect. They're not one-to-one. There is some discrepancy that can form. But it's close. Am I good at math? Not really. I'm good enough at math to solve things that I need to solve, but I'm not like a math genius, I would say. It's actually one thing I want to work on is my math intuition. I can kind of trial and error my way through hard problems, but it's yeah, it gets complicated when you do kind of intense stuff. Yeah, I'm certainly addicted to water. I think there's something like innately human about liking water and waves, and I think I have that itch within me because I love water simulations. I do have some books on graphics. Do I have them near? I might have them near. Okay, I do not have them near. There's one that I like called Real-Time Rendering by, I forget who the author is. It's kind of a classic like graphics Bible type of book. Okay, so let me see. So I am going to try and make some progress on this widget here. So, okay, so we have actually two buttons within one, basically, with the session button. We have a, so you can kind of see what my little object scripting language looks like, which is kind of fun. So we have the actual like widget for the session, and then we have another one for delete world. So at startup, we will basically initialize both of these. Let's see. I'm trying to think how to best do this. How do my other widgets do this? I actually don't remember. It's been a while since I've written one of my little widgets. I need to refer to my old code. What's a good complicated widget in here? The scroll bar? Do any of these create sub-widgets? They don't, actually. Oh, the text box does? Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I was looking for where I create these things. So create button. Let's create it 0, 0 for now. And this returns what? The instance. Let's create one offset, and then when we free, we want to delete these things. So in theory, I think we should see two buttons here, but I might need to explicitly draw them. I don't remember. Okay, so we have two buttons that are on each widget. So then one of these will be the one that actually loads the world, and the other will delete the world, is the goal. Okay, so a lot of this render code I can just delete, I guess. Well, actually, I guess the main button will be the one that loads, because it kind of let me think. Yeah, we'll do it like that. I use OpenGL. I have DirectX as well for Windows mainly, and I have Metal on Mac. So I have 3 supported. I do have Vulkan as a work in progress though, but I haven't worked on it in a few months, and it's not in a working state yet. My goal is to eventually deprecate OpenGL from the engine and just use Vulkan, DirectX, and Metal as my main 3. Arguably, I could get rid of DirectX as well when I get Vulkan implemented. But yeah. Okay, so let's see. Yeah. I did Metal most recently. And there's a lot of... I actually had to change some stuff in my graphics layer to support kind of the philosophy of programming graphics with Metal. I don't have any good resources, actually. I kind of just like raw dogged it. If you understand the other graphics APIs, Metal actually is nice to learn. Like, it's easy to learn. Because I actually think the Metal API is very well designed. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I need to lock in here for a second. Okay, so we have 2 buttons. I'm just not sure how I want to actually structure this widget. Like, maybe it should be 2 dedicated buttons. I wish I had an overload for rendering these, though. I don't remember, actually. I think I'm on Metal 3. Let me see what I have in my backend for that. How do I check? I think I'm on Metal 3, though. Yeah, I'll have to... Yeah, and you can see actually in my code here, you can... Okay, you can write Metal code with C++ using Objective C++. So that's what these .mm files are. So this is like Objective C code, but also intermixed with C++. And all of the major C compilers, C++ compilers support this. Or at least on Mac, you can do this, of course. So my actual Metal code that talks to Metal is Objective-C. But then I have C++ stuff that kind of interfaces with my engine code. And that's what this like crazy syntax with these weird brackets are. So it's like Objective-C syntax, but it's within a C++ function. And yeah, otherwise there is that C++ wrapper that Apple has released, if you prefer to use that. All right, buttons. I've decided I don't actually want maybe I need 2 buttons. I need like a button for the actual, so I need 3 widgets here. Session, so like session info, and then we just have a button that's like button and arguably I don't need a master widget for these. I can just have the file one, and then in the place where I actually create these things, I'll just create both of them within a function outside of the object system, because otherwise it's needlessly complicated. So I can delete these, delete this, probably get rid of this. Yeah, I can explain. It's okay. You can distract me. If I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't expect to get distracted. Let me just clean this up really quick though. Okay, so oh, my microphone's acting weird. 1 second. Working. I think my microphone. Sometimes my microphone does this weird like driver issue where it starts just chopping out. And my music has gone. Sorry, there's a lot happening at the moment. Yeah, thanks. I didn't realize there's so many people watching. Wow, 39 viewers. What? That's a lot. Maybe I should stream on Monday Monday afternoons more often. If only I didn't have to work on most Mondays. Yeah. Okay, so I can explain these macros. So basically, you know, the easiest way to describe it, I guess, would be if you're familiar with the engine GameMaker, because I started my programming journey like 15 years ago using GameMaker. So I'm most familiar. Sorry, where's my music? I want my music back. I'm most familiar with GameMaker and how its object system works. So when I was designing my own engine, I kind of wanted to emulate a lot of the ways that its system works. But obviously I want the power of C++ as well. So what I have is this sort of hybrid object system driven by, I don't do vibe coding, so no, this is all from myself. I'm not really a big AI code user. I use it for some things like documentation and getting like pointing me to the right place. But yeah, I don't really like the Codegen part of it. It's not very good, to be honest. But yeah, so I have these object files. And this is interesting actually because I have this being parsed by like IntelliSense as a C++ file, which is how I have all the syntax highlighting in this file, despite this not actually being a C++ file. And the way I allow that to be possible is I have these macros that basically, well, the macros serve two things. The macros allow me to kind of have this whole thing be parsed correctly by IntelliSense, but they also serve as like tags for my object builds, like my object build system, to know what to do with this stuff. So for example, like at the top here is like the very top of my object definition. So you give the object a name, and by like specifying this object macro, the tool that parses this file will search for this to know what the name of this thing is. And then like parent is like, okay, what object does this thing inherit from if you're using inheritance for this specific object? And what this correlates to is generated code, generated C++ code. So if I go back to like the button session here, you can see that like this one is equivalent to this one basically. The names aren't updated because I haven't built it yet. But you can see that what this has generated in this file up here is just a class definition with this type, which corresponds to the name in the other file, and then using like inheritance here. And then you have all of your function definitions in your like your state, your object state. So all of that just gets generated into a class. Do they say Linux? Okay, I can run Linux in a second. I do have Linux up and running. I switch between the two, so it does work on Linux. So yeah, anyway, the premise of the system is I generate this header file from the object code, and there's additional boilerplate like this object handle class, which is basically a handle. It's like essentially it's a pointer type, like it's a type that I treat as a pointer, but it has some safety stuff built in to like validate that the thing that you're pointing to is actually like a valid piece of memory. So like if you try to access the memory of an object that has been deleted, this thing will catch that, which is nice in debug game code because you never want to do that. So there's some boilerplate for that. And then all of the C++ code that corresponds to all like the object functions end up in this one C++ file. So if I go to the session here and find its like init function, and there's a lot of boilerplate, like you see there's a lot of stuff for like iterating over objects. Yeah, so like here is that init function that I had before. And I can write custom functions as well. Like, for example, let me just add one here. Like I have like a public function, my custom function. And like I just like print some message. And I compile, and I build this. I think I might get a compile error, but that shouldn't prevent the code gen. So like if I look for my custom function, here it is in the generated code. And then there's just like a lot of boilerplate that the rest of the engine uses. And then, yeah, there is the additional layer of serializing the object system for save files. So I have kind of a quick demo that can demonstrate this. So this is like my little testbed object project. So all of these like circles and dots and spinning things, these are just objects. And like you can see like the one that's spinning around the other guy. So like this object has a handle that points to the other one that's spinning around, so they're like linked. That's just to demonstrate that objects can point to other objects kind of recursively. But if I press like 1 on my keyboard, which is just the hotkey to save to a file, and then like relaunch, and I press 2, I can like reload the same serialized file. And the cool thing is that it's saved in a serialized custom binary format, such that if I ever add new object types, or I change the underlying object type, or I add new data fields to it, the objects will always resolve correctly when you load them up, such that you don't have like errors of trying to load file data, like save file data that's no longer compatible with the current version of the game. So there's a serialization aspect built into this as well, which is also used for the networking, because the networking has sort of a similar problem where you're like sending the object state over the network. So it's actually a very complicated system, and I decided to use Codegen for this because it's kind of impossible to do this like handwritten without a million problems. Yeah, the strange white line cutting through my head is the sun piercing through my blinds and blinding me every time I move in a certain position. Maybe I have a dual personality disorder, where one side is the bright side and the other is the dark side. Wow, I didn't think so many people were going to join today. That's crazy. So yeah, that's the synopsis breakdown of my object system. Yeah, for real. And yeah, I guess I didn't update the little description. So it says I'm still working at networking and save file serialization, which I guess is partially true because I'm going to be doing some of that today, but that was what I was working on yesterday. Oh, I should change that. My bad. That's a good call out. I forgot that YouTube has some weird thing where I like edited the description of yesterday's live stream, but then all the new streams like inherit the description of the previous one. And it does that for the thumbnail as well. So like, how do I edit this? Yeah, it checks for length. It also does like endianness of the types, like the fundamental types. Even though like in modern day that's not a huge problem because all pretty much modern computers use the same like byte order. I think everything's like little endian now. But I have support for like detecting and resolving that as well at like a fundamental level. And it's all driven through this little serialization system I have in the engine. The font is called IO Sevka. It's actually right here if you want to like screen cap this. IO Sevka. Yeah, it's yeah, it's actually really tough to prevent network spoofing. Yeah, I actually haven't used IMGUI personally. I mean I've used it. Yeah, I know I haven't used it deeply enough to have a strong opinion either way on IMGUI. It looks good. A lot of people use it, so apparently it's pretty easy to hook up with your code. Man, I just got blinded. I looked at the sun. I have like a big blob in my eye now. Okay, let me get back to the button stuff though. I'm having a good show and tell session. So let me get back to the game. I need to get this to compile again because I've fundamentally busted it. So I guess this isn't a widget specifically anymore. We need like a structure that will hold two of these guys. Session widget, which is just two object instances. So like session delete. Can't type. So we want to return one of these. And I guess we want to initialize one of these. I'm getting some weird IntelliSense not detecting my updated code problem. It's certainly not good for my eyes. Well, the thing is the blinds are closed, but it's like the little gap where the string runs. To like for the blind mechanism, the little string that like drives it. There's little holes there, and the sun is just at the perfect angle right now in the day to like pierce through that hole, and I gotta like move my head over to the side maybe. I should wear sunglasses while I'm working on my code. Did I miss any questions? IMGUI has a lot of backends. Yeah, it's true. I mean, the big game studios use IMGUI now. Where I used to work, we had IMGUI hooked up in the engine. And I know like Rockstar Games uses it for GTA 6 because I saw it in the leaks. So it must be good enough for them. Why am I getting errors on this? What is happening? Unnamed inf... It's right there. Okay, whatever. Let's just delete this for now. Okay. Let's go through these one by one. What am I missing? Oh, I'm using the wrong type, of course. Okay, and all the other issues are actual issues. So I will need to change this. Actually, a lot of this code needs to change now, unfortunately. So let's see. These need to be, let's see. This menu code is actually pretty disgusting. This is like real hack job. This is what happens when you like write like a temporary menu system and then you keep adding to it as you get code that looks like this. Where am I creating this thing? So this needs to go in the header file. Just up here somewhere, I guess. Call it menu session widget. And then where I call this needs to become that. This needs to change to that. I can make the code a bit bigger. What was your design process? Higher level API, and how do you separate the game itself? So basically, yeah, I can answer that briefly. I can try to at least. So I have my engine structured where I have basically like 3 parts to it. So I have the core like game runtime, I guess library I could call it, is in this Manta folder, and that's just the name I've given the engine because every engine needs a name, and it needs to be short so it's easy to type. So all of my like runtime, you know, game executable engine stuff is in this folder. Then I have a core folder, which is like kind of just utility stuff, which isn't actually like engine specific. It's just, you know, loading JSON files, like a hash map, a factory, a list. And some of these only exist because I'm not using the standard library for these. So like these don't really need to exist if you just use the standard library stuff, which is perfectly fine. So it's just like shared stuff. And then I have the build, I guess, library, because I have a build tool that handles all the asset packing, the code generation, all of that stuff, which is a separate executable that runs first and then builds the game, it compiles the game, and then all the game stuff is in this Manta. So this is the engine, and then each project has its own directory, its own like workspace. So like Vitality is the name of the game I'm working on currently. So this has its own, you know, runtime folder, and this could just be called anything. But like all of these sources are like game code. And like the game implements main as well. But all main is just a callback to the engine's main loop. So like my game just sort of has an init function that runs at startup, has a free function that runs at shutdown for cleanup, and then just an update, which is basically my main loop of the application. And I just pass these back to the engine. And the engine main does a lot of stuff, of course, to like do engine, like keyboard input and mouse and window updates, before calling back to the project code and then like cleaning up the frame. And then all of the graphics stuff is in like the engine portion. The graphics is a good example because it's like the most obvious thing that engines typically try to help you do. So I have like a graphics library, I guess, that has a bunch of functionality that you would expect from a graphics library. So like you can set the blend state and all the random rasterizer stuff. You can create vertex buffers and render targets and, you know, all of that exciting stuff. And then it is the engine's responsibility to implement that API within each of the graphics backends. So like I have a DirectX 11 implementation of my graphics library. And like I have a Metal implementation for if I'm running on Mac. Yeah. And I guess my engine compiles in the graphics code like directly into the executable. So I don't have the ability to switch at runtime which API I'm using. So like down here at the bottom, you can see I have a little VS Code plugin. This kind of just drives my build tool. It's just like generates command, like line function, like terminal commands to like bootstrap my build process. Jeez, I can't talk. But you see I have a DirectX 11 button. So if I run, I think this might compile error. Let me find a project that actually runs. So here's like a little globe renderer. So I ran that with DirectX 11. So like that executable will always just be DirectX 11 code. But I can switch to OpenGL. And this will instead compile in the OpenGL source files. And see, I'm running OpenGL now. And basically all of the sort of backend stuff works like that. So like if I'm on Linux, the build tool detects that I'm on Linux and will include specifically the Linux, it includes the Linux source files for all the implementations, and the same for Mac. So that's how all of that works. Yeah, and yeah, the build times are fast. The build times are fast because I'm not using the standard library, basically. So yeah, that's kind of a funny C++ thing is I feel passionately about this. The standard library just completely nukes your compile times. Okay, so let me let me fix some of my compile issues really quick. Okay, so we create the session widget, and then we need to, I guess this returns the widget. So maybe the API for what this actually does should be different. So I should pass one of these in. A lot of my coding is just going back and forth and like reshaping what my code does. This is a little small. I kind of stream whenever I feel like it. I actually don't normally stream on Mondays. I'm only streaming today because I have off from work because it's like a federal holiday in the United States. But I'm realizing from the amount of viewers that maybe I should stream on Mondays. Because this is, I am annoyed by the sunlight. I'm like destroying my vision every time I get blasted by the sun. Alright. So I create the widget. So I pass that in. I guess I should return, I don't need to return anything anymore. I could return true that this succeeded, I suppose. Maybe we make this a no discard as well. Just so we always handle this case. What do I do for a living? I do graphics programming for a company that does like mapping software. Oh yeah, sorry, I missed that one question from Woot Dragon about namespace stuff. Yeah, this is a problem actually. Is like this namespace conflicts. So yeah, this is really annoying. Thankfully, I don't use many libraries, so I don't have these issues too often. But even with the built-in, like with the OS supplied libraries that you have to use, there are annoying names reservations that happen. So I have combated that issue by basically I have a header file that I call conflicts. Or no, where it is? Here it is. So this is a header file where basically anytime I run into a conflicting name that's in a header, this is kind of a C++ trick that you can abuse with the preprocessor. But so say like I'm including, I don't know, like time.h or whatever. Just assume this is some header file that defines time within it. If I just wrap this thing with like include the conflicts.h like this, what this allows me to do is this header file lets me redefine what the word time means, like how it's represented. So like some of these, like I guess stdlib.h steals the word random because it uses it internally. And that was meaning I couldn't name my own function random because it was causing a compile, error because random is already used. So I just have a define that temporarily renames it to conflict_random. And then when I'm done including the header file, it just undefines that macro so that random is no longer being used by the preprocessor. And this actually works perfectly. So yeah, I can circumvent these weird namespace things. Oh, sorry, I went on some big rant. This is but yeah, this is useful if you ever have this problem, I guess. No, that doesn't bother me at all. Do I game myself? I don't game too much anymore. I just don't have the time for it. And what could I suggest for a game dev who just started? I don't know, just make projects. As simple as that advice is. Where's the Lua high-level integration? The VS Code theme, is that what you're asking? It's a custom theme. All I did really was I changed the font and I made the background darker. So nothing too crazy. Okay, let me let me lock in for a second. I want the game to compile again, so I just need to I need to have a corresponding like delete session widget function that deletes these things. Okay, so let's just do some cleanup here. Sorry if I missed questions. What's the font? It's Iosevka. Iosevka. You can find it online. It's like a true type font you can install. It's a nice font. It's one of my favorite fonts, actually. All right, so that cleans that up. What do I use the handle for? Oh man, I have a lot of stuff actually. It looks like crap. Yeah. I normally stream in the evenings as well, so like the sunlight usually isn't a problem. Sorry, I read something in DMs, that was funny. It's so true though. Okay, let's see. So this handle is actually, I guess, let's see. I want this to just get back to a similar state that I had the previous widget at. I have so many things called widget and handle. I just want to get this back into a state that compiles. Yeah, okay. And then if this thing failed, I guess I'll just assert here. Because this should never happen, but if it does, then something bad has happened to our life. And then this becomes that. Where else are we erroring? All over the place, aren't we? GTA 5. Did you work on that? Because if so, that's insane. I'm so hyped for GTA 6. It kills me every time they delay that game. GTA 6 is probably the only game I'm looking forward to at the moment. because I'm kind of a normie, I guess. Okay, let's think. Session widgets. State dot widgets dot info. A lot of these are just renaming things. Session widgets. In theory, this should be... How much do you architect a project before starting? I don't actually architect very much. Oh, this isn't even the right game. I program very, I guess, iteratively. And you'll probably notice by just watching my stream as I fumble around. Okay, so the buttons are back, which is great. This blue one is the one that I have denoted as the info button. This is the delete button. I don't know why the screen just turned black. But I write very iteratively, where like usually my first goal is to just get something working. And then once it's working, it's like you have a basis for which to improve upon. So I will just like hone in on the correct... Well, not correct, just hone in on a good implementation for something. I don't vibe code at all, to be honest. That's not to say I don't use AI at all, but I don't really vibe code because, I don't know, it's just not as fun for me as just writing code. But I've also been coding kind of long before the AI wave started, so I'm maybe maybe I'm a bit behind the times. I don't know. I think like AI stuff is interesting and it's like pretty good at what it does, but it's also not very good at writing complicated code. Like I find I need to babysit the AI more than I would like to do, and I don't find that as fun as just like writing stuff myself. If that makes sense. Okay, so now we can change... I guess I need a function to like update these widgets now so the sizing is correct. Yeah, and I have a 3080 graphics card, so I wanted to upgrade. I mean, we know GTA 6 isn't coming to PC for like another 2 years at least. So my idea was I was going to upgrade in the 6000 series GPUs. But now with like the recent price increases of consumer computer hardware, it's like, I don't know if I'm even motivated to... I don't know how realistic upgrading my GPU is going to be in like a year or two from now. Here, I can show you. No, you're not annoying. Don't worry. Maybe this is my vibe coding because I'm kind of just chilling. In the settings JSON file for VS Code, it's in here somewhere. Here we go. Here's the rule for it. So here, I'll make it bigger on stream. I would paste it in chat, but I don't have the chat open on this computer. Yeah, I'm so grateful. Here's the specific rule for the background, by the way. So you just like paste this in, and then these are the exact values I'm using. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'm glad I upgraded to DDR5 last January, so about a year ago. And I got 64 gigs. So I I unknowingly timed the market pretty well, I think, because I'm set for a while with my memory, and I have a pretty good CPU as well. So I upgraded my PC last year, so I have a. I bought a new motherboard. For it, and like thankfully it was before the prices went like sky high. So yeah, it's like I'm in a good spot now, but yeah, I'm rich. Okay, so back to the button here. So I need a function to like update the size and position of these buttons. So where did I create this? Create session widget. We need one that's like update or something. Maybe these should be together. I'll call this destroy as well, because that's kind of the naming convention I've been using. Update. So this thing will just control like I don't know, the size, I suppose. This is always kind of rough code. What CPP standard? I think I compile with C++20. Though I don't use a lot of the features, but that's the one I'm on currently. I think I used some of the features from it, but I forget which one specifically made me upgrade it, because I was on a lower version before, and then there was something that changed, and I wanted to use it. Okay, so we need to get the handles of these things. So the way we do that is to auto. So we give it the widget dot session info. So if not info handle, I guess we'll return, even though that should never happen. Assert. And oh, I have a bug here. Should be that. That's that. So the job of this function will be to just place these things at the right spot and size. I would say yes and no to the self-taught thing. I started programming self-taught when I was young, and then I got a computer science degree, which is kind of the natural path, I guess, of someone going to college interested in programming. And then I got a job in the games industry, actually, for a few years. So I learned a lot of stuff on the job relevant to like game engine design and architecture. And then, yeah, a lot of it's self-taught, I would say, though, just through like projects and things I've worked on. Because a lot of this stuff you just don't, like, they don't teach you this at school. Like, they don't teach you how to make a game engine. So you kind of just like have to self-teach. So we set the width, I don't know. We'll just hard code some values for now for these. So what's my, here, let's have like a const expr for fun int border. So it's like my border size. And then so minus the border minus, I don't know, we'll have another one that's spacing. So it's like how separated are these widgets? Minus, I don't know, 60. I don't know how big to make these things. And then, here, we'll get both of these at the top. UML diagrams are not a thing. I actually don't even know what that is. I'm not using libraries just because it's... Yeah, maybe I like to torment myself. I don't have any... I don't have any profound reasoning. I don't know. I just feel like not using them in this project. And I'm so deep into it now that I'm like just sticking with it because it's kind of fun. Okay, in theory, this should put the two buttons next to each other. So as long as I go to the update function for this thing, update session list. Update menu. What's my function name? Menu update? What is the name for this? Init. Oh, it's update state. So where I'm currently calling this, I need to just delete that. First steps. It depends where you're at in programming. Like if you're starting from the very beginning, I think it's like I don't know. It's such a good question actually, because it's kind of complicated. Like if you're brand new to programming, you need to first understand like how programming even works. Like what is programming? So like, you know, at a high level, well, like how do programming languages work? What are the fundamental features of a programming language? You have like loops and branches and variables. So like you kind of would learn that stuff first. Yeah, and I agree with that. I don't know. It depends. Like I just do it for fun, so I don't really have an agenda, I guess. Like there are a lot of smart people out there that know their stuff, but it's like those smart people had to get to that point somehow. And they do stuff like, I wouldn't say like what I'm doing, because I'm not like building libraries that I intend people to like use. But like I guess personally, I just want to know how the things work, and I find that satisfying at like a personal level. So that's why I just enjoy doing it. And like if I didn't enjoy doing it, I wouldn't be here like at this stage of the engine, because like you need to like the pain a bit, I think, to get to this point. And I just personally do. So it's what I like. But I'm not advocating for people to follow the same thing. I put it in the YouTube title because I think it makes a good title because it draws people in. But yeah, I don't know. There are upside. Like I think there is value in doing it. Do I think the value outweighs the cost? Probably not. But if you're not like focused on the value to cost ratio, then you can kind of do whatever you want. I mean, I do kind of want to be low in the weeds. It's just fun. I don't know. It's fun for me. And it's like the same kind of stuff I do at work in my current job is similar sort of low weed stuff. So it's just what I do, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. All right, so let me grab this first. We're getting to having these widgets working very soon here. We're gonna get some functionality built into them. In theory, this should make it do that. I need to set the height though, of these as well. This will be good. What are my benefits of using Clang over MSVC? In my experience, just on my computer compiling code, Clang is about 4 times faster compiling than MSVC is. And I can demonstrate that in a second so you can like see that that's actually true. And not only is it 4 times faster at compiling, the actual code runs faster as well. So whatever optimizer Clang is doing to the actual assembly that's being generated, the machine code, is just faster with Clang, it appears, in my project. So that's why I like Clang the most. I don't use the standard library. I should have an FAQ to explain. Yeah. Okay, I don't have interest in going much further beyond where I'm at currently. I have no interest in operating systems, actually, or kernel level stuff. So yeah, I'm not that insane. I'm not Terry Davis level. I appreciate that there are people out there that love doing that stuff though, because it's interesting at a surface level to me. But I ultimately do like stuff being pushed onto the screen with quick iteration. And maybe writing operating systems isn't quite how you get to that point. Okay, I think this should work now. Let me see. Oh no. Okay, so it wants to work, but everything is in the top corner. Is this code not running? Is the question. Really? Let me see if I'm hitting an assert here. I might just be doing something dumb. Yeah, okay. I'm doing something dumb. Type child of button. Oh, this should be session, I guess. And actually I did make a mistake. These should inherit from button. Which is good to see. Oh no, widget exists. All right, we have to run through all these asserts. Okay, what's the problem? It thinks this doesn't exist, so why wouldn't that exist? I guess this should be asserting that it does exist, obviously. I do have a custom, I have like custom containers for like, sorry, I'm getting a ton of stupid asserts. I just like typoed things, I think. Where is this coming from? Update, so it's asserting where, which line? 163. So it doesn't think this widget exists. And this should actually be, of course it won't exist because I've passed it the wrong type. There we go. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I missed some questions. Let me read the questions quickly. Yeah, I have my own like list and hash map and all of that stuff. So I don't use the standard library. And the only reason I don't use it is because when I was using it, my compile times were really bad. So I just gutted it so I could compile quickly. Because I really don't use too much from the standard library besides like list and string and map. So it wasn't a big loss to just implement those. Would I use Mac for 3 months? Actually I would take up that. I have a MacBook as my main laptop. And I kind of like Mac, to be honest. I use my MacBook for different things than I use my main like computer. Like when I'm on my PC, obviously I'm kind of in work mode and I'm doing like actual productive stuff. When I'm on my Mac, I'm using it more just for like other miscellaneous computer things. And I kind of like my MacBook because it's just like, I don't know. It's a good computer. Okay, let me figure out why these buttons aren't in the right spot. I'm not setting their position, their Y position. This is like the least interesting code I could have streamed today. I'm like doing menu widgets. Okay, I guess, could I supply Y into here as just like a temporary parameter just to get this to work? I want to actually like add some functionality to these buttons. Oops. Okay, here we go. Now we have the main widget, and then the one on the right will be the little delete button. It's not respecting the spacing of the... What is happening? Of the scroll bar though, so I need to fix that as well. And then I can actually show the game again because it's been a while since I've actually ran the game. So this should be view width instead of region width. And I think I can delete all of this because that's old now. I just don't agree with the smart pointer thing. It's really not that hard to write init and free functions. Okay, I need some spacing on the close button. All right, but anyway, this is the game that I'm working on. Oops. So it's basically a Terraria clone. But I have some fun water physics, which I always show off. Yeah, you can actually move it over there. You have to like set the panel position. I'll just say on the standard library thing, when I worked at a AAA company, one of the big ones actually, that has their own engine, they don't use standard library either. So they did a similar thing to what I'm doing. And there's like very, very, very real reasons not to use that in like a large swim a little. The swimming kind of sucks. It's just like I slow my position, slow my player speed. The game is still early days, so a lot of the polishing stuff isn't quite there yet. But yeah, the water is simulated on a grid, actually. So it's like a complicated cellular automata, basically, that at a macro scale behaves kind of like a fluid. I mean, it's not perfect. If you like inspect it closely, you'll see that the physics are a little wonky in certain areas. Let me make it like morning or something. But yeah, it's simulated like on a grid. So that's how that works. And then there's like a shader that runs that kind of interpolates it to be more smooth looking. And obviously there's like refraction going on. Yeah, it was a big studio that makes, let's just say they make a popular first-person shooter game. And none of the code base used standard library. There's a in-house equivalent that was developed, essentially. I could say it. I don't want to dox myself, though. So, as if it's hard to figure out where it is. All right, so back to the buttons. I'm working on these little menu buttons for anyone joining. So I need to, well, let me turn off some stuff. Oh, I can show some of the new viewers as well. The most recent feature with the watcher. And that is that I got it to work in multiplayer, if I can find some. I get like the worst spawn where there's no water. Let me turn this back onto a release build. Yeah, the debugger is a lot better in Visual Studio. I like VS Code because I run cross-platform. So VS Code works on Mac, Linux, and Windows, kind of just out of the box. And I run on Mac. I run on Mac and Linux somewhat frequently, in addition to Windows. So yeah, I recently added multiplayer. It's still very work in progress, but the water simulation actually like syncs up over the network, which was actually very difficult to solve. Because it's not an easy problem. So I'm pretty proud of this. Yeah. So I do use Visual Studio for the debugger. If I need like an actual, you know, proper debugging session, I'll just open up with Visual Studio. I'm not saying it's better. I don't know why we're arguing. I'm just saying that I personally didn't use it for my project just because I didn't want to. I'm not saying that people shouldn't use the standard library. In fact, I think you should use the standard library. But it makes nice YouTube title, nice YouTube title content to use no libraries. I guess what I'm saying though is that there are use cases where it makes sense not to use the standard library. Because it's not perfect. The standard library isn't perfect. Like, arguably there aren't performance gains because you can, like the standard library is so general purpose that you can write your own custom allocators for memory. So that used to be a problem, which isn't a problem anymore. So you have like the ability to customize it. Though arguably, the standard library does hinder performance if what you measure performance by is developer efficiency. So that can be two things. That can be literal build times. And it's no argument that the standard library makes your compile time significantly slower because the header files are just so massive and you have all this crazy template instantiation that has to happen. And the second part is that the error messages you get through a lot of the standard library like containers are difficult to interpret sometimes, especially when it's like some weird templated edge case with some custom allocator. And that's like a very real cost at big companies if you have compile times being really slow or the code being difficult to debug. But of course, the inverse argument about that, like the counter argument, is that the standard library is standard, so more people are familiar with how it works. Yeah, precompiled header doesn't fix that, especially at like a game engine level where it's like, Well, it depends. It depends what you're building. So precompiled headers obviously help in cases where the code that's precompiled isn't changing, right? So like if you don't touch the code that's getting precompiled, then obviously precompiled headers will improve your build times because you compile it once and then you just basically reuse what you've already compiled. But in engine code, it's common for a lot of the low-level systems to be kind of intertwined with each other such that when you touch a low-level header file, and this was true where I used to work on the graphics team because a lot of the core graphics code was like a dependency on the headers of a bunch of other parts of the code base. So anytime we touched graphics code, we would be forcing basically a recompile of like hundreds of different translation units that depended on it. And precompiled headers doesn't save you there because you're still, you know, yeah. One of my cabinet doors is open because my cat likes to get himself stuck up there. So yeah, unfortunately, it's like the problem isn't even the standard library. This is kind of where I'm getting at with this. Is it's not the standard library's fault that it's slow. It's the fault of the architecture of using header files and how like C++ and C get compiled and linked. And it's just like it's an unfortunate downside of that system that it like is easy to be slow because of that. Yeah, and modules is supposed to help as well. I don't have much experience with modules, so I can't talk on that with much confidence. But yeah, like I care about compile times because I can like build and like do a fresh compile of my game, the entire source code, and build all the assets, pack it into a binary file in 2.5 seconds. Which means I can make code changes and just quickly like run and see what happens, just very fast. And that's not true for a lot of other engines, especially like heavier ones like Unreal that have build times that can go, you know, several minutes long. And if you have a slow computer or one that doesn't have like good multi-threading, can be a real problem. So yeah, that's just kind of why I prioritized it when I started this engine. But yeah, of course, forward declarations help. The other one that is useful is doing Unity builds, they're called, which is basically like before you compile, you kind of mangle all the source files together into a single source file, or to the best extent possible. And then at least you're only compiling like a smaller number of source files at a time. And depending on how long your compile takes, it can be cheaper to do that than to just do the compile straight up. And that's something that was employed at the build system for where I used to work as well, where Unity builds as like an optional build flag. Yeah. You get a modern CPU and faster RAM until you see the RAM prices go up from $100 for 2 sticks of DDR5 to be like $1,200. And then that doesn't scale very well anymore. I'm kind of like thinking out loud, but I almost wonder if the price jacking of the price hike of consumer computer hardware is going to put pressure on game developers to actually optimize their code again. Because it's been kind of the strategy for a while to just throw more hardware at the problem or wait for the hardware to catch up versus actually optimizing. But now that it seems like the hardware is plateauing both in year-over-year performance gain and also cost, I think there's some pressure potentially to actually optimize stuff again. So that's maybe a good thing of the bad situation that we look to be going into. All right, I need a little widget icon. I love this website, Icons. What's it? Icons 8, I think. I need a little garbage can icon. Oh my god. Yeah, I agree with that. It's not always good or bad. That's why there's just so much nuance to a lot of these things. What's a good little garbage can icon? I don't know why these all have little plus signs on them. This is for my delete world button. Why are there like beer can icons? Some of these are animated too. Wow, look at that. I don't know. Maybe I'll use an X for now. All right, so we're at the stage where I can start actually doing stuff with these. So this button doesn't have a label. I guess it can have a label. Let's see. What am I missing? Color? All right, here's my little delete world button, little X. And we want the X to move up and down with the little offset because that looks good. Maybe we'll change the font. And what I also want such a long line. Oops. Yeah, pretty much everything. There's a bit of Objective-C++ in there for the Mac support, which is like the hybrid Objective-C, C++ language. And I have some JavaScript stuff for my VS Code plugin, but that's optional. It's not part of the engine itself. The source, yeah, it's in the description, actually. There's a copy of it. It's not the most recent version, but it's the source is up there for viewing pleasure, and you can do whatever you want with it, basically. Well, not maybe whatever you want, whatever you want. Like, I don't want like someone to steal it, but it's open source, and that I don't really. I'm not like keeping it hidden away. All right, here we go. We have a nice little icon. Maybe we can randomize these for fun. And the fun way we can randomize is just, what can we use as a random seed for these? We'll just hash the button's Y position as its random seed, modulo by 6, just for proof of concept purposes. Oh wow, all of the hashes give the exact same value. That's crazy. Maybe Y isn't a good. Maybe we need to multiply this by some crazy number. Yeah, those are good enough. Mostly random. I need to get rid of this little debug thing. Need to turn off the multi-launcher. Yeah, I think one of the problems with Unreal Engine games is that ultimately they all use the same renderer, basically. Because most people doing like indie Unreal games use Unreal because of its built-in render pipeline. So if every game, for the most part, is using the same renderer, they're all going to look basically the same. Like obviously your asset style might be different, but you're still going to have the same like rendering quirks that make an Unreal game look like Unreal, or a Unity game look like Unity. So yeah, I don't know. Like custom engines are kind of nice in that regard because like they do feel more unique. All right. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, it was fun watching your stream earlier. Yeah, your project's pretty cool. I can't wait to see the actual game come together from that. It'll be interesting to see how you plug that into like an actual game. All right, so let's make the delete buttons do something. I want to think of how I want to structure this. I wish I had like an ability to store like metadata on these or something, which I don't have at the moment. But we can kind of hack something together. That should work basically fine enough. I have, so, I don't know, let me just pull them up. VS Code extensions. I'd like get stuff. Mostly the default ones. And like I have like C++ one in here. I use ClangD for IntelliSense, like code completion. I use this file icons plugin for my file icons. And then down at the bottom is like a custom extension I wrote for my engine just to make it easier to build and change projects. And then the theme is just like kind of a modified default theme with a darker background and a custom font. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I like the theme as well. I've kind of like iterated on it over time. It's kind of fun to change the theme every so often as well, just for a change of scenery. Okay, this is the delete button. This can just be handle now, because that makes it more clear. So when we click the delete button, we have to actually delete the session. So we need to construct the path to the session. I think ideally I would just store this on the widget itself, but I don't have that implemented yet. So we're just going to make a little buffer that stores the path to the session, and then we can call delete on it. And then we'll have to update the menu. After that happens, because the widget should no longer exist. So we'll printf. I don't know why I'm wearing a coat. It's like hot in here actually. Is the theme public? I don't have the theme public. I just have it like locally in my little settings file. The plugin for my engine, I guess, is technically in the GitHub for my engine, which is in the description somewhere, one of the GitHub links. But it like pretty much only works with my engine specifically because it requires like a specific set of directories and stuff. So it's very engine specific plugin. And it only initializes itself if it detects that like the workspace is my engine. Okay, path, size of path. So these things are located. Where do I get the path? It's like this thing. This thing should maybe be static because I use this kind of frequently, but it's basically this is the path / the name. And we have to get the name first. Where do I do this? So we get the name, and then we'll append this to there. And then I guess we can just delete the world. Directory delete. What a great function. We'll print this. Path, and then the output of this function. We'll confirm whether that happened or not. And then after we delete, we need to I guess I could immediately go to the world I'm in, the state I'm in currently, as like a cheap test that this works. But I want to properly handle this case in a second. Okay, so if we like delete this session, nothing happened because what did I do? I didn't get the right handle. Alright, so we deleted it, but we didn't reset our game state. Or our menu state, because it's still there. I'm surprised that didn't work, actually. I guess I'm currently in the session list. So I guess alternatively, I just need to call I'll just explicitly call free and delete for now. But these are functions I don't have access to yet. Great. Okay, let's think about this properly. So, what are we doing when we delete? We're just like re-scanning the directory for the files, which we have stored here, session files. So yeah, I guess I can stub this out. For now, keep that. And then we had sessions. I have a function for this already somewhere. Session glob files. Let's put this up at the top somewhere for now. I use a Ducky keyboard something. I don't remember what brand it is. "1S", I guess. Ducky keyboard, 1S. It's a nice keyboard. Kind of a standard, just full size. What's this mad about? Session. So this globs the files and then we sort them. get to free that. And then we can call, so we'll get the state. And then I guess we sort them as well. Actually, we need to do a lot more than that. Okay, we're gonna leave this as a temporary to do, because to do this properly is actually a bit of refactoring. But for now, let's do the game state thing. So this is like a little hack. This will at least reset my menu state. Yeah, the screen flickers, as I expect. But we're at least like deleting these things now. I have a lot of files. And the back button doesn't work anymore. DirectX, D3D, DirectX 11, OpenGL, and Metal on Mac currently. So I support 3 of them. And I have Vulkan as a work in progress. But it's not a high priority right now because I can do everything I need to do in order to make progress on other stuff. Okay, I'm gonna step aside for a second. I want to go get something to drink. So I will be back in like a minute or less. All right, the cabinet door is shut. Don't worry. Like I was saying before, my cat likes to he can jump up on the fridge and like paw his way into the cabinet, but then he gets stuck in there, and we'll just, you know, paw away at it until I let him out. So I've just been leaving the cabinet door open. I need to like put a lock on it or something. I mean, what are the goals of your logging system, I guess, is question number one. Like, are you talking like logging debug stuff to like the terminal or a file? Or are you thinking like more profile type logging, I guess? Because logging can mean a lot of things. So like the way I have logging in my game engine, it's actually very simple. So I just have these like functions called print line. And this is just like a function I have in some header file called debug. And this is more complicated than it has to be because I'm using variadic template stuff, so I can take in like multiple parameters. But essentially this is like a wrapper around vprintf, I think. And this is like a C++ thing. But anyway, I just have this function for like all my logging. And right now I just print it to standard out. So like the terminal here, whenever something happens as a log. But it would be trivial for me at any time to add to this function where the log message should go. So basically, like if I want this to instead log to a file or like log to the game's in-game console, I could hook into this function and like redirect where the logging goes. And that's just like an easy way to do it, I guess. It gets more complicated if you have like multiple logging channels, because maybe you don't want all of the log messages to go to the same spot because I don't know, maybe you just don't want to completely spam your log with different things. You might want some concept of like a log channel that you write to. And the neat thing about this is like I can kind of conditionally compile whether it actually does something or not. Because in like a release build, I probably don't really want, well, I certainly don't want to print to the terminal. Yeah. Yeah, and like that's a good method too. There's a lot of ways you could do it. And I've kind of like just stuck with this because like at any time I could also just like change what print line actually compiles as. So yeah, I actually haven't thought about the logging much, so it's maybe not as big of a problem as you might be thinking, I guess, or it's not as important as you might think. But that's also just my experience. Okay, so I want to properly solve this this excuse me, this menu button thing, because I shouldn't be like changing the menu state just to delete sessions. So what I'm going to do is I need to actually do some proper stuff here. So we have to like have a static function that is I don't know, like session list populate or something. And maybe I can send it a path to search within, or not. I don't know. Maybe not. I'll keep it simple for now. So what this will do is it will take the list of file info. So these are like the files, and a list of the menu session widgets, Yeah, I agree with that fully. I always go, like I said earlier in the live stream, which you might have missed because you weren't here. Like the way I write code is my first attempt is to always just get something to work, even if it's not a good implementation. Like it can just be really nasty looking code, not efficient code. But as long as it's something that works, you can have like a foundation to actually improve upon. And I find that is like a really good strategy. Because it gets you out of this I don't know where to begin kind of rut if you just like start trying to write stuff. It also like helps me get in the flow state too, because like I get into the flow state once I'm writing code. So yeah. Okay, so we want to assert that these things actually are initialized. So the job of this function is it will basically assume it can be called at any time, and its full responsibility is to ensure that there is a list of widgets that represent the save files that are on disk at like the save file path location. And this can be called at any time because I'm going to call this when I click the delete button. So it can be called at any time. So there might already be widgets that we have like allocated. So we need to first clear those before we create new ones. So that'll be like the first thing. So like delete existing widgets. So we'll loop through all of these. And call this destroy function, which will take care of the cleanup of these guys. And then we will empty this list. Clear. And then we'll also, I'm just commenting for kind of an overview of what's happening. And then, so we'll glob all of the new ones, which I already have a function for. And then from the new list that we have, we'll also sort. Glob, I'll just do these one step, glob and sort session files. So we have a sort function down here somewhere, some macro or some lambda expression. So that just sorts them based on time, based on this little rule. And then we basically want to call everything that I was doing here will be in that function. So where do I do? Let's call this widget. And this doesn't need state, this can just use widgets. Where do I do state.anything here? So this is files now, so we're in the context of this function. And then we can delete this code with just a recursive call to, well, not recursive because it wouldn't be called recursively technically. We need the state though. So this needs to be up here. And then I guess I need the state down there too. And then we can basically gut most of the code down here. Do this instead. Let's change the order of these. We don't have any sessions. So let's create like a few of these. Create a bunch of session files. All right, so now when I click, it still flickers, which is unfortunate. But that's because it's not calling the update function on them yet. So I guess I could also force the update function to run upon creation. Where's the update function for these guys? Yeah, they're just functions. Here, we'll make the we'll make the red delete button like a nice off red color. So we need like an equivalent sort of red color. That should work. The colors kind of suck, but the idea is clear that you have a list and you want to delete a button. All right, one moment. Okay, I'm just thinking of what to do next. That's kind of like the main thing I want to work on this afternoon is get that little session thing to work. Maybe I can pick some better colors though. These are still temporary graphics, of course. Just functional temporary graphics. I need to add the inventory. I should get to that next. Whatever happened to my red glass? I used to have red stained glass as a block as well. Yeah, a lot of this art is like programmer art, but yeah, I do use Sprite as, I don't know how to pronounce that program's name, but yeah, I do use that. I think eventually as the project gets further along, I would like to hire someone who can actually do good pixel art. It's just not a focus right now because there's so much to do. Sprite, yeah. It's because it has an annoying name. As a sprite, A's sprite. I'm taking a little build break, if you can't tell. Yeah, that's so true. And that's what's kind of that's what's great about it, is there's so many different ways to go about doing this. Makes it interesting. I don't know why the grass isn't going away. Tokyo Spliff is great. I love watching his video, his streams. It's an interesting interesting vibe in his streams. Interesting. Yeah, never heard of them. Oh, I just found a bug. The underwater noise state doesn't change, doesn't get reset when I leave a world. See, it's like, maybe it's hard to hear, but the world... Oh, actually, the capture card isn't even picking up audio, is it? There's like a muffled reverb noise that plays when you're underwater. If I exit and then load a new world, it still plays because it's not being reset. Okay, what can we do? Or a better question is, what should we do? Oh yeah, they want to pick different colors. I'm gonna hook these up to these little developer variable things I have, so I can play with these values to find decent looking colors. Maybe they should be green. Like a nice dark green color. I don't know. Who knows? Kind of like that green, actually. Sure, I'll go with that one. And then Sure, we'll go with that. Okay, now one last thing I want to do actually before I have to cut the stream off because I have to do some stuff this evening is I want to display the last save time on here as like a formatted string, which is kind of complicated actually to do that because it's like you need to convert the time to an actual like day, month, year type thing. But I think I did it in my old project, so I'll have to just like look at the old code. Unless I didn't, then maybe I'll give up. No, I did do it. Interesting. Yeah, I want this. So I need to look up how I did this in a cross-platform way because I don't remember how this worked. Because I need this code. Okay, so where would I have done that? What can I type for? Type to find that. Why is it so tiny? So yeah, this is my old game / engine before I made the new one. Okay. So text time was generated from what? File time string, and I passed it what? Okay, so this is a per platform thing. So in theory, it's just a matter of copying and pasting this over, I think. So we'll add this to the file system. Man, this dual screen. I'm gonna move this to my other monitor just so I can actually see what I'm doing. So we'll do something like file time string. We'll pass in the time, a buffer, and a size of the buffer so we don't overflow when writing to it. And then the Windows equivalent of this code is this, it appears. Very. What am I doing? This isn't file system. So put this down here. And we need to match the function signature. And fix my formatting. And then the POSIX is this code. I feel like I'm cheating a little bit because I already wrote this code, but that's fine. This is the cool thing about doing engine development is even if you rewrite stuff, like restart your project, there's still a lot of relevant code you can just borrow from your old projects. Assuming I have these defined, all of these functions available, which I think I do. Okay, and then as a test, we will go into the menu, and when we're iterating on these files, after we sort them, I'm just going to print these to the console first. Just to see that actually works. All right, that looks correct. It is the 19th of January. Obviously, these would have to be regionalized because not everyone reads dates by month, day, year, or use a 12-hour clock. But for now, I'm just going to have it like that because that's an easy change. In the future. And maybe it would have a bunch of util functions to, like, from a file time, get the day, get the year, get the month. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. What I do need to do is add some data to this guy. Maybe we'll just give it the file info. Because then I can render it kind of directly. We'll also move the position of the label for the name. So instead of having it centered, I'll just keep the old code though, because I might want this. The reference to label is ambiguous. I don't think that's a problem. Yeah, so that draws the title up there. And then underneath the title, we'll just draw the name or the time. We probably wouldn't do this every step, so I will have a time label. And we'll give that, draw that. Underneath. Need to rebuild. These are inversed. Interesting. Oh, that would explain that. It doesn't look amazing, but it's fine. Maybe I'll change the font as well. And then this one will be regular. Sure, they have some more character to them now. Maybe light gray isn't quite the color. I think the buttons need like a nice background. Or like an indent to them. Yeah, I mean, that looks fine. What is this one doing? Oh, it's the outline. UI design is actually kind of annoying because there's a lot of edge cases you need to think about. Like I just realized, what if the name is like longer than the the widget size? How did we all get here? That's a great question. Like if I have like a really long file name, see how it just like blows past the size of the widget? You see it like cropping over there. I need to like crop my I need to just like scissor, I guess. So let me do a quick scissor in this rectangle region. I guess we have a nested scissor, which begins, I don't know, there to there. Oh, that should be 8. Excuse me. Is this gonna mess up the other stuff though? Yeah, it is going to set up. It is live actually. My bad. I need to update the description. The description's wrong. This is confusing people, I think. Oh no, not yet. I want to end stream. No, you're good. I had a live stream yesterday, and I edited the description of the video to like make it clear that it was a replay. And then for some reason today's stream like inherited the description of yesterday's stream. And why isn't it obvious where you changed this in the YouTube dashboard? Sweet, yeah, cool to see people working on their stuff. Oh, here we go. Okay, I think I've changed the description. And I have a compile error. So I don't think this scissor thing is going to work. So I need to figure out, how does the UI system do the scissor? Yeah, so I set a nested scissor through the context, and then what happens? Yeah, I could, but the thing is, it's not that simple because people might have different UI scaling. They might have different screen resolutions. So the size of a character on the screen isn't a guarantee. So just like preventing... Oh, and the other thing is that I'm not supporting... I support more languages than just English. So if you type in like a long character from a different language, you'll blow past... You can potentially blow past the size of the element. So we want to prevent that from happening. So I used the scissor in here somewhere. I guess I just do a nested scissor like this and it handles itself gracefully, if I remember right. I don't remember exactly how the systems worked, but I think this should do what I need. So I need something like this. This takes uint 16. No, it's integers. Yeah, okay. Well, the scissor works, but now I can't see the icon because I didn't reset the scissor. So I need to then... I guess I need to get the scissor. And then I need to set it back afterwards. And then things will draw correctly. Yeah, there we go. So now if the name's too long, you just see it clipped out at the edge. It's probably hard to see on the stream because it's tiny. But that looks good to me. Good enough for most cases. Yeah, because like you can see if the screen's large, you can see it fine. But if I make the screen small, like the size that I can render into changes. Oh, I have a bug. Look at this. I can see stuff when I shouldn't be able to see it. Interesting. I have an error in my scissor set nested function. Rather than discarding, I'm fully modifying. Why do I have a draw rectangle in here? In my core UI code. That's weird. Yeah, I'm gonna step away for a second. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, I have a bug in my scissor code, which I'm surprised I didn't spot before, but I guess I don't really nest scissored things very often. So the problem was, if I have one that's fully out of the region, it's like no longer respecting the bounds of that region. Which is interesting. So I guess the first check should really be what's happening? Where am I? Welcome, welcome. So I need to do like an AABB test. Nice. Yeah, it's fun. Fun getting in the weeds. So do I have a function for AABB test? I don't remember. So what's the classic? So if s.x1 is like greater than or equal to s.x scissor.x2 or s.x2 is less than or equal to, and then the equivalent for y, this is like the AABB. Just make sure I didn't mess up the logic on that. Yeah, I had a, here, I can show you, I can revert what was just broken. So if I revert this, I had just like a logical error here with, so I have these like UI widget things that I've been working on throughout the day today. So like this is like save files. And I'm like, I have this little text that draws the name, and I'm just dealing with the case where like if the name is too large, it would previously crop, just like continue going outside of the button. Where now it uses like a scissor to prevent the rendering from clipping out. But I had a bug. So down here, so there's like actually two scissors going on in this scene because I have a scroll bar. So there's like actually nested scissor state going on, because it's like first has to scissor the larger region for the scroll area, and then like a sub region for this little text area on the widget. But I have a bug here because if these are out of view, like if these are outside of this scroll region's like view, they like pop back into visibility. So yeah, I just wasn't doing a check to like explicitly prevent an inherited, like a nested scissor from overriding that condition. So yeah, I imagine I should do this in a few other places. I'm not sure if I'm accounting for this in this as well. I'm not. Like I should have like, is this too large for a single line? Oh, I can fit this in one line. It's just a really long line. Okay. No, my screen went out. 1 second, let me fix that. My capture card does this thing every so often where it like overheats, and then I lose my video. I have to like pull the plug. Yeah, I should look for a new one because this is not. It's annoying because I stream on a separate computer, so I have like my main rig, but then I have a second just like mini PC, and there's kind of there's a reason I do that. I was gonna demonstrate, but I can't demonstrate right now because I don't have it running. But I have a Linux computer that I have running at my desk as well. And I have like one of those, I forget what they're called, HDMI, USB splitter things where you can like click the button and you switch between one input source or the other for both peripherals and your monitor. Yeah, KVM, that's what I'm looking for. I have one of those. So for the streams, sometimes I would switch between them. So my capture card can like just intercept the video signal and I don't have to worry about not being able to see what I'm doing on the other computer. So I have this kind of complicated setup just to allow that to happen. But I'm not doing that right now, so it's kind of dumb to have that running and causing problems. Thanks. It's super satisfying to play around with. I spend more time than I should just throwing water around. I don't. What are you trying to say? You do it, that bro. Yeah, this is my game, my little Terraria clone that I'm working on. There's not much game to this yet. It's kind of just early days, but we're getting there. Oh, I have lava in here as well, and oil. I have a little grenade I can throw. $27. I'm actually gonna check that link out. This is like similar to the one I have actually. I have one that's like this. Maybe this one will work better. How much time you making that? I've been working on this for a little while. The engine longer than the game itself. I've been working on the engine for like on and off 2 years. And then this is just one of the games I'm working on in the engine. I don't know why the lava is kind of dim. It should be brighter than this. The lighting isn't working with the lava too well. Oh, it also I want to demonstrate. Yeah, let me get the multi-launcher running. I like to demonstrate this because I'm proud of it, because I just did it most recently. I have to turn this on though. I have a little debug thing. So it also, I just added multiplayer to the game last week. So the water physics work with the multiplayer too, which was surprisingly difficult to get working, as you can imagine. Because there are So many edge cases. Yeah. So my strategy actually isn't. Yeah, bandwidth is the biggest problem, because it's not feasible to actually send the simulation state over the network unless like absolutely critical. So I have like each client simulates the water locally, and then the server, there's a heuristic that I calculate that I can compare against the server's state, basically like a similarity heuristic, which I can use to prioritize like syncing the simulation data if it diverges too much. And I can do it on a per chunk basis. So the world's split up into chunks, kind of like Minecraft. Yeah, so each chunk can basically test how much it's diverged from the server's like ground truth state of the water sim. And if it diverges too much, it will just force a sync. And this number at the top, this like kilobyte number that kind of bounces around, is the current size of the compressed state for that chunk for the simulation. So this doesn't have much going on, so it's a small number. But like if I add a bunch of liquid here, you can see the number kind of shoots up. So these are kind of big packets. So I try to do it as infrequently as possible. And on local connection, it works pretty good because, you know, I don't have ping. But you can see, well, the spawning water doesn't work. So this forces it to diverge because I don't network spawning liquids yet. So, yeah, that's why you're seeing it on the right but not the left. But, yeah, on local connection, it works fine because you have a tiny ping. I've been programming seriously for like 12 years, I guess. But I've been exposed for longer than that. You don't have a Yeah. So yeah, that's the game I'm working on. I could have worded that better, couldn't I? 12 years. I have, yeah, so this is like another little project I was working on for a bit. Actually, I turned off the UI. Let me go back and fix this. This is my little globe renderer that I was working on for like a month or two, a few months ago. It's pretty simple actually. But I was doing 3D stuff for the engine, so I needed a little 3D scene to test the shaders and stuff. So like I have some fun kind of volumetrics going on actually with the clouds in the aurora. the northern lights. It doesn't look as good when you get close. It kind of breaks when you fly into the volume as well. I wonder why. But yeah, it's when you zoom in, the texture doesn't get any better. So this is kind of a simple project. But yeah, it's kind of like, I have a little chess game too. Some of these don't work anymore because I updated the renderer and I never updated the projects. Like, I don't know what's happening here. Yeah, some of my old projects don't work, unfortunately. I think this one works. Here's a little Yeah, I can show it. It's not too exciting, really. Let me just see one more game. I don't remember if this one works. I have a little voxel renderer too. I think this one's busted. Yeah, of course it is. What's it mad about? This might be simple to fix. Yeah, here's my little voxel renderer. There should be shadows, but they're not working. I'm not sure what's going on. My little Minecraft clone. This one's neat because I have like a level of detail system that you can't even notice. So the debug overlay is showing obviously the LOD level. Yeah, I can show the renderer. This might be a good project to do it. Let's see. I need to figure out where I draw stuff. Yeah, maybe this is a good example. So this is like just a little retro styled map renderer thing. So it's very simple, but it's kind of, I was working on the renderer while I was kind of testing with this. So basically my engine I have my own renderer abstraction layer. And I sit on top of OpenGL, DirectX 11, and Metal currently. And I have a work in progress Vulkan backend too, but it's basically non-existent because it's not very far along. But kind of the fundamental concept is that all of my draw calls in like GPU dispatch is done by these render command structures. So these are basically just packages of GPU work that you kind of define. So like here is rendering the sky. You like create a command, and on the command, this is like a draw command. So you can like set the shader, set your raster and like depth test state and stuff on this command. Currently 4.1 because I still run OpenGL on Mac, and that's the latest version they support. So yeah, I recently got Metal to work. So I'm gonna, my long-term goal is to deprecate OpenGL and use Vulkan, DirectX, and Metal. Yeah. I would do 4.5 because, yeah, it's annoying. I could rant about this for a bit. But yeah, Apple deprecated OpenGL beyond 4.1, which is annoying because all the cool stuff comes after that, like compute shaders and like multi-draw indirect and all of that fun stuff. Yeah, I've considered WebGPU as well. I just, that's maybe longer down the road. So yeah, essentially I have these render commands. And then I can use these in two ways currently with my render setup. So like the easy way is I just execute this thing immediately, like in place. So I just create it. It's kind of like a description of what the work should be, and then I just immediately execute it. But I also have a separate structure called the render graph. So if I didn't want to execute this thing immediately, I could instead put this thing on the render graph, like graph.add command, and I could submit this command to the graph. And this would be useful for things where like you want to defer the work, like the actual rendering work from, you know, like the loop which you're, I don't know, creating it. And the other nice thing is that I can like mutate this graph in any way I want after I create it. So like I have the ability to like sort nodes based on any set of rules that I write. So like I can write a lambda expression or like a sort function, run it over the graph and like prune the graph or reorganize the graph basically any way I want. So you can imagine like a more complicated renderer that has frustum culling or something. It may be efficient to first just loop through everything and just kind of create the graph and then have a second pass that actually prunes the graph to like better represent the work that should actually be submitted. So I don't really use that in any of my projects yet, but the functionality is there. And then under the hood, how all of this works is basically it sends this work to the back ends. So like I have this core GFX sort of namespace thing. And this is kind of a gross function actually looking at this, but the key one is this render command execute. And for some reason it pulled up metal. I'm not sure why IntelliSense thought metal was relevant when I'm on Windows right now. Let me try this again. Yeah, here's like the OpenGL code for that. So basically from a back-end perspective, I just have to like implement the functions from my like abstract API layer in OpenGL in this instance, because this is the OpenGL backend. So like what does executing a command actually mean? So it means binding the shader, setting the raster state, setting the blend state, setting the depth state, setting the stencil state, and then actually invoking the work for that command, which would be like draw calls and stuff. And each API kind of does this in a slightly different way, but it's more or less the same. So like if I go to the DirectX equivalent, where is it? It kind of just does the same thing, but just in like DirectX way, and it caches the state, so I'm not doing pointless state changes. And Metal is a bit more verbose because you have like the encoder. So you have to like build these encoders and command buffers and juggle those. Yeah, and then so that's how I like submit work. And then yeah. That's true actually. I guess I just cache it because it's not really a bottleneck in any of the stuff I've made yet. But that could change, you know, because I'm not making I don't have like a super intense renderer yet. So some of this stuff is just cheap, but I'm not actually fully utilizing it. Yeah, and then what else? I mean, that's kind of the high level. And then of course you have like the resources. So you have textures and render targets, which are kind of the same thing. Buffers for like uniforms. What else? Shaders. And because I'm supporting the 3 backends, one of the problems that you encounter with graphics programming is that if you're supporting all these different backends, you have all these different shader files you need to manage. So I solved this in an interesting way, I think. Maybe an overkill way. But my engine has its own shader language that I translate into HLSL, GLSL, or Metal, depending on which graphics API I'm running. So I can demonstrate that briefly, what that looks like. So here is the globe shader that I just showed before, or the globe project. So like here's the shader for the atmosphere rendering, or the function for that. And like here's my fragment shader for that. But you can see that this file is like, has the file extension .shader. So that's my own shader language. And my shader language is basically like HLSL with some slightly modified syntax. But essentially, I program all my shaders in this one language, and then I have, at build time, I essentially run a compiler over this. Like it parses it to a syntax tree, and then from the syntax tree it generates the actual HLSL or GLSL. So like here's the generated GLSL for that. But if I like switch this to DirectX and I recompile, you'll see this swap out for GLSL code here. Okay, so one of the first things people ask is why didn't I use SPIR-V for this? Because SPIR-V can translate between well, there are tools to translate SPIR-V from like to HLSL to GLSL to metal. And the answer is, I don't really have a good answer for that. But I do more than just shader translation with my language. So it's slightly more feature rich than just being a translation layer. So I also, from my shader code, I generate some boilerplate C++ for my engine's renderer. And a good example of that is, I guess, vertex formats. So the way I define vertex formats in my engine is it's all from the shader files. So like you have this struct basically with the vertex input, tag. And the compiler, the shader compiler, when it's parsing, it will see these. And it has all of the information it needs to generate a C++ struct that I can then include as a header file to access in my engine from a CPU level, like on the CPU side. And this happens automatically. And it accounts for things like the various padding differences between like GLSL and HLSL, because unfortunately they don't all pack structs in the same same way. So there's weird edge cases there. I do the same thing for like uniform buffers and constant buffers. So like as an example for the atmosphere, like I can just kind of show off how this actually works. Yeah, there is there's like a pragma something. Like there's like a use std 140, I think, is the main one people use. But yeah, I can show, because this is kind of neat actually. Yeah, essentially yes. Okay, so let me run this again just to get some context. So this is the globe, and I have a shader here that, let me find the shader. I think it's the composite one. So this is like just a shader that composites to like the swap chain or whatever, the frame buffer. So like if I multiply this output by, red, we will see exactly what we expect. We'll see like the globe is now red because, yeah, we're multiplying it by red. But what's cool is I could drive this by a uniform with basically no work. So like I can instead do like define a uniform buffer, like uniform's color, take in a float for color. This takes in the uniforms. So we can multiply it by this, right? And we'll expect this not to work because I'm not passing any data to that. So like obviously it's not going to have anything to multiply with. So if we go into, I don't know, where do we call this shader from? Let me just find that really quick. We call this here, I guess. Let me make sure I'm in the right. Actually call it here. So from my build pipeline, I have access to this uniform immediately. See, here it is. That color, so I can like set this to be green. And then we want to upload this. So now we're green, so we immediately had access to that uniform buffer just from my C++ code because it was put into this header file that we include, this generated header file, along with the other ones. And then I can do cool stuff, like I can tie this into my game's terminal, like cloud color, or composite color maybe. And like hook this to the terminal through a development variable. So now we can like change this, you know, in real time. It's like hooked in straight through the engine. And the cool thing is I can like switch back to OpenGL now. Yeah. It's like, okay, now it's running OpenGL through a GLSL shader. And it all just works with the engine magically through the shader compiler. And, you know, that's a cute little example where it's like a simple case. But I do have shaders that do complicated stuff. And I found it pretty useful to have this as like a core feature. And like the vertex formats work the same way. So like if I have a specific... If I'm trying to optimize my vertex format to, for some specific render pass, I can just define a custom vertex format directly in the shader, and like in the shader code say how I want this packed at like a byte level, and it will just kind of automatically work, which is it's a cool feature. Now, obviously, the downside of this is that there's this complicated system at build time that's like generating shader stuff. But I found it works actually very well, and I don't have to touch it very often now that it's up and running. And I'm not using Spurvy Cross actually. I have my own little shader compiler thing. Let me see, I can show what that looks like. So I have this little shader area. So like the parser is actually quite a bit of code. I was like 3,500 lines of code to parse my language, and then there's a little optimizer phase that it's kind of unnecessary actually. There's no reason. I'm working on Vulkan at the moment. I just haven't implemented it yet because these things take time. Yeah, and then like here's kind of the I guess the output, shader output generator that generates like GLSL. It's about 1,200 lines. I think HLSL is about the same. A little longer, 1,400. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Good chat. Fun times. Good luck with your vector flow field pathfinder. That actually sounds kind of cool, pathfinding with a vector field. Yeah, I think I have a baby face. I'm 27. Some people think I'm like 19. I've actually been programming for like 16 years now, so. I started when I was a kid with GameMaker, the GameMaker engine. But I've been doing C++ stuff for like 8 or 9 years now. It's kind of hard to put a definitive number because it's like, I didn't just like start one day, you know, it's kind of organically go more or less towards something. But yeah, that's how the shader stuff works. I'm going to cut, oh, I didn't mean to cut that out. Yeah, and I could talk about this for a bit actually, because it's pretty interesting. So like some of the decisions I had to make with my language, were like what? Okay, when you think about the different shader languages, if you're trying to make a language that can translate cleanly into all of the other ones without having to have like additional tags on top of like functions to tell it like to tell the translator what to do, you need to define your language spec, like your requirements, in sort of like the maximally encompassing way possible. And what's interesting about Metal specifically, the Metal shader language, is that Metal is like kind of like C++, and I think it actually uses like a fork of the LLVM C++ compiler to drive the Metal shader compiler. But essentially the way you pass around like uniform buffers and stuff and like resources is through the function parameters. So you kind of have to like pass everything around basically through function parameters, whereas in OpenGL and in DirectX, it's all kind of global state. So in my language, I realized it would be easier to translate if I also follow the paradigm of like passing things through parameters to functions, because it's easier to go from that to global state than to go from global state to passing things around through functions. So that's why I pass like uniforms in through functions. And there's like some other decisions I had to make based on that as well. So yeah, it's a lot of work. Thankfully, I'm kind of done with most of the graphics stuff now, though, outside of Vulkan. The water physics is so satisfying to play with. It's like the game's only main feature right now. Okay, so I'm pretty satisfied with these menu buttons. This is what I did today, is I did this menu page with the previous save files. Yeah, I do have a job actually, so I work full time already. Doing kind of similar stuff to what I'm doing here. So yeah, I do the engine stuff for fun as like a hobby. So I enjoy programming this kind of stuff. It kind of satisfies kind of a mental itch, I guess. It's like addicting to solve problems, I feel like. Yeah, it's one of those things where like you don't notice it, and by not noticing it, it's like means it's working very well. And the sound was tricky because it's like you have this fluid simulation that's running on a grid on the graphics card. So it's like, well, you need some way of understanding what's happening in the fluid simulation enough to generate sound that sounds appropriate for what you're seeing. And I had a few different cracks at solving the problem. But the way I ultimately solved it was using this little node-based sampling system where I have in this debug, oh, wrong one. Maybe it's hard to see on the stream because the dots are like the wrong color or like a bad color. But I have all these little dots scattered throughout kind of sparsely the scene. And they're like grayed out right now because nothing's happening. But as the water moves, it like detects the movement and then it turns regions on, kind of like in a, I guess like an octree, quad tree type way. And then these little probes, I call them, have like a momentum and a springiness, and the water pushes the probes around. And then based on like the state of the probes, is how the engine can know where to like spawn in water sound emitters. And I have like little splash ones that play if like the probes smack into blocks at a certain speed. So it's like a coarse way of kind of sampling the water simulation and playing sound that kind of matches what's happening on screen. It actually happens on the CPU. So yeah, I read back and I can open up the little profiler. You can see the frames where I'm reading back. I have a spiky frame graph like at the moment. So if I pause this, I read back like I think 15 times a second or something. And it probably doesn't need to be as often because I can interpolate the results. But I do a read back of the simulation so I can access it on the CPU. And then from that is what I sample with. Yeah, the sampling thing's tough, or the readback's tough because it's like really slow to do a readback. And I'm already like optimizing it as much as I can because I'm doing like a non-blocking readback. So I basically like request the readback or whatever a few frames before I actually try and access it. So like I'm not blocking on the GPU, or I'm not blocking on the CPU waiting for the GPU to like flush its work and then sync over. But even then there's still like a 4 millisecond spike, or I guess a 2.7 millisecond spike every time it reads. And I think that's just the mapping that happens and then transferring it over. Because most frames are pretty cheap. But I need to do readback anyway because I save the chunks. So like I need it on the CPU to do saving. And other physics, like this little grenade guy floats on the water. So I need some CPU representation for CPU side physics. So it's like just kind of an inevitable evil. But even still, like 4 milliseconds isn't the end of the world, especially if my frame average time is like 1 millisecond. But I have a nice computer too, so I have to be careful. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I fade in and out as well. Let me turn the profiler off. It's hard to see on the stream because of all the clutter on the screen, probably. I have the audio debug thing playing on the left. Maybe if I make it nighttime, it'll be easier to see. So like when I have a lot of water moving, you can see there's a lot of sound effects that play. And the size of these little circles corresponds to their volume, I think, if I remember how I set that up right. It's been a while since I wrote this, actually. The nice thing about water is when you have a lot of water moving, it just like the sound profile of water is very much just like just noise, right? So it's surprisingly easy to make this sound good. Just by sort of fading into a flowing water noise sound. Yeah. Yeah, like you can see here, like when the chunks, so like the little nodes are by chunk. So if there's motion in the chunk, you can see like the nodes turn on. So I represent that by like slightly brighter nodes. I call the dot with the arrow, I just call it a probe. I don't know. There's like audio probes, ambience probes. I don't know. I don't know a good name for them. I also have, I don't know if it's enabled right now. Oh, 1 second. Let me make this. Let me turn it on. Yeah, so my water shader is in a, it's based on a grid. So all the water simulated like in a giant grid volume, and that's broken up by chunks. So each chunk has like an X by X region of simulation cells, I guess. And I read back the full state of that region. And then I sample that with the probes. So the probes aren't from the GPU. It's like the CPU just has a sparse, I guess, coverage of nodes. And then I sample the simulation data from that. And then I move the nodes around based on like, you know, the fluid velocity of that sample point. And then by kind of just averaging those around and kind of having some springiness in the probes, it actually captures the, I guess, the motion of the water pretty well. And I have the probes intentionally not one-to-one with the liquid because I want the probes to overshoot. So like if you have a lot of water smashing into a wall, the probes will overshoot into the wall. And then I can detect that collision of the probes into the wall. And I can detect the velocity at which that happened. And then from that, I can pick like an appropriately intense splash sound for like the velocity of water that hit the wall. What was I going to show? Oh yeah, I was going to show, I also have, in addition to the water simulation, which I have, or in addition to the water simulation, which I currently had turned off for some reason. Let me see. Simulation. I also have, let me turn these on as well. I forget where I commented this out. Here. Turn off the multi-launcher. I also recently added a wind simulation. So I simulate wind as well. So like right now with middle click, I can just like shoot wind from the center of my character, like a giant gust. But the water simulation also affects the wind. Maybe if I make it like a little earlier, you can see. And this probably won't be picked up on the live stream very well because it's just like compressed to all hell. But I have little snowflake particles falling, and the particles can be affected by the wind. So I'm waiting for more snow to fall down. Here we go. Here's a nice clump of snow. Let's make it like nighttime just so we can potentially see the snowflakes better. Here we go. Hopefully those are visible. So I have like a wind simulation as well that can move particles, but it's blocked by blocks. And the cool thing about this is it's affected by the water. So like they're intertwined little simulations. So like you can see the explosion kind of moves the particles around. And like moving water moves the particles. I have it turned off right now because it's not optimized. It actually kills my frame time. The idea was, I had a video on my channel somewhere that demonstrated it, but my motivation is I wanted campfires to have an updraft, but I took out the key, the key that I was using to spawn campfires, so I can't actually demonstrate that right now. But the idea is like the heat from the campfire would like make snow particles fly upwards, and I thought that would be fun. Yeah, it's all custom physics. Let's pick a non. I did actually. I realized that I could literally just like so the simulations for the wind and the water are separate, so they're not sharing state or anything. Yeah, it's awesome. So they're not sharing state, but I realized that their inputs are the same basically. So both of them they're both like grid based, and they both have a velocity field in the state. And I was like, wait a minute, what if I just copy over the water's velocity field into the wind's velocity field? So I did that, and it's like, wow, now the moving water actually influences the wind. And it actually just looks good being as simple as just copying over the velocity values. So it's kind of cool how emergent like phenomena is in physics simulations. Now I don't want to look at my frame times though. No, it's all chunk based. So like my whole world is just based on the chunk concept. So all of the regions just like match their chunk, like copy on a chunk basis. So it all kind of just works inherently with how the world is broken up, which is really nice. Can you make a waterfall or a streaming pipe like fountain? I think I do have a key to do that. Maybe I deleted it. Here it is. I have a hotkey that can, here, let's make it daytime again. I have a hotkey that makes it like a little fountain at the mouse position. I was thinking, so my game has oil as well, so there's an oil liquid type. And I thought it'd be funny if like one of the features is drilling for oil, and then you get the stereotypical kind of oil fountain shooting up in the sky. USA simulation. Freedom simulation. Yeah, exactly. Light it on fire. Yeah, fire is something I need to do next. I want to do fire. Fire's hard though. The tough part about a fire simulation is you can make a nice looking fire simulation using kind of the same I guess techniques that I'm using for the water and the wind, but you need a really high resolution for it to look good. So it's tough to do fire. So I'll probably do like sprite-based fire, I guess. Yeah. We're back. Yeah, but it's a lot of work to get to this point, actually. It's like I spend so much time doing water and random simulation things. I have not, but I've seen Gaussian splatting, or Gaussian, however you pronounce that. It's really interesting. It would be cool to think about that in a more serious way. I don't know enough about it though to actually even know where to begin with that. I mean, I think what's the fundamental principle is what you basically render using like overlapping I don't know, I guess Gaussians, I don't know, splats, right? And then like the matrix or what the data structure that drives what you draw does it in such a way that the overlapping splats like actually reconstruct the scene, like a 3D scene in a high detailed way, which is really interesting that that's possible actually. Nice. Yeah, sounds like good progress. Nice. Yeah, it's cool when you finally get like actual stuff happening on the screen, text and sprites and stuff, because you can start iterating pretty quickly after that point, assuming you don't go rewriting stuff like I've done many times. Hacker news. Thanks. I'm kind of scared sometimes to put the repo up there because I've done some unorthodox things with this engine, to say the least. And yeah, it's interesting to see how people interpret it. Which is why I'm also trying to make this game in the engine, to sort of prove out the fact that these are actually workable solutions to the problems. Granted, my object system isn't like that revolutionary. It's just like a code generation based kind of scripting language thing to make it easier to write objects and entities. Yeah. Like, I kind of ranted about this earlier. Like I do the bootstrapping not because I don't like CMake or any of that. I do it because I used CMake and I realized that like the system I was developing with the build tool was already doing basically what CMake was doing for me. So I thought, well, I could make this simpler and more like customizable, more programmable if I just also did some of the stuff CMake was doing just in the build tool. Because so I had CMake and I had the build tool and then I had the game. And CMake would like build the build tool and then wait and then build the game after the tool ran. But I realized in the build tool, I'm already like parsing all the directories for the game assets. I'm doing code generation based on like shader source files and stuff. So I'm like, well, wait a minute. If I already have all this infrastructure in the build tool to like glob my glob my asset files and my shader files, it's like such a tiny step at that point to just also glob my C++ files and like generate. In this case, in this engine, I used the Ninja build system. So I was already at the point where I basically had made CMake just in my build tool. And my build tool was meant to solve the problem of like game assets and stuff. So I just decided it was easier to maintain less code by just moving the build stuff just all into the one tool. So now I just have one build code base that kind of takes care of everything necessary to get the game's executable compiled. And then like the little bootstrap script thing, I realized I could just like have a tiny script that compiles a single source file project that also just kind of does like a mini a mini build of the build tool. And that way I can just drive the entire engine without needing CMake or any other build system. And the cool thing about all of this is that the only thing you need to like clone and build my engine in the games is you just need to have a C++ compiler installed on your system and to clone the repository. So like as long as you can run a batch script or shell script and have a C++ compiler that it can find, you should be able to just build everything. You don't need to have like CMake and all this other crazy dependency stuff set up. And I think that's nice because it's like a very self-contained package, I guess. So I think there's some value in that. Just from like an elegance standpoint, maybe. And I also like having the build tool being C++ because I can... It's just really easy to add extra functionality to the build tool when you can just like program it, in C++, right? Rather than trying to like coerce CMake into doing the things you want to do. So I don't know. It's interesting. I don't think I've seen it done elsewhere, really. So I don't know, it's interesting. But I arrived at this position by having like dealt with the headaches of trying to get CMake. Which is mommy and which is daddy? That's a great question. Yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah, I'm not married to like one specific tech stack, I guess, or IDE. And of course, I do have. Yeah, I've seen Jai. I haven't seen Zig specifically. But yeah, of course, I do have my build or my little VS Code plugin to like help drive my engine down at the bottom here, so I can like switch between projects super easily. And like all the kind of helpful utility stuff you would want. But this isn't like a requirement to build. Like to use the engine or to write code. It's just like a convenience feature because I use Visual Studio as like my primary editor, because you can just as easily just bootstrap from like the terminal, right? So I wanted it to be like not married to any one specific environment, I guess. Man, MSVC is such a slow compiler. Why is this taking so long? LLVM is so much faster. Yeah, Clang is great. I support all three just because it's nice to have the ability to run the other compilers, because they're not all identical, and they do, like, some of the compilers allow things the others are more strict about. So I think it's useful to like be able to, or it's beneficial to be able to run all three, because you know if your code compiles across all three, then you probably have pretty decent code. At least you're not doing anything like too weird. Like you're not relying on one of the compilers on defined behavior or something. Hopefully. Yeah, sorry I haven't been doing too much work actually. Yeah, our features implement Windows, yeah. Yeah, sorry I'm not doing too much work right now. I kind of did a lot of the work I wanted to do earlier on, and now I'm kind of just chilling. If I was a fruit, what fruit would I be? That's a great question. What fruit would I be? I would be C++. What is happening in chat? What are these messages? What is going on? Anyway. What else can I show and tell? I don't really think I have much else to show and tell, to be honest. Oh, the cool thing about also having my own build tool. Yeah, I do test on Linux. I can potentially get that up and running as well. One second. Let's see if I can get this running without my stream dying on me. I have my Linux computer turned off at the moment, but I should be able to turn it on. I don't know why it's pink. You guys might just be dealing with pink Linux here. Yeah, Linux. My capture card doesn't like Linux very much for some reason. Let me see if I can fix this. Hannah Montana Linux. Here we go. I think it's working now. Maybe not. Bear with me. I had to turn the computer on. I think this compiles still. I don't even know. So I'm running a Debian right now for Linux. I don't even know what desktop I'm using. I'm not a huge Linux guy, if you can tell. I have Linux because I like, I don't know. I like Linux, but I just don't use it as a daily driver, so I'm not as intimately familiar with the Linux ecosystem. But yeah, so it works on Linux as well natively, and I use OpenGL on Linux currently. Yeah, I'm probably using GNOME. How do I check? Is there like a way to check that? Info. And yeah, to answer the question, I did get networking working. I don't know if it works here yet. Let's see. I think I still have the bug in this version. I haven't synced yet. Yeah, so there's a bit of a bug. I fixed this already. I just haven't synced. But yeah, so networking works and it like syncs the fluid. I showed this a bit earlier. But oh no, that didn't work. Something didn't work. Our fluid has desynced. Oh well. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to Windows now because I'm more comfortable on Windows. All right, sweet. I can run on Mac too, so I also have a MacBook, but I don't have that nearby, so I can't demonstrate. Oh, but anyway, the other thing I was gonna say. Could an isometric game have a fluid sim? I bet it could. You probably have to do like a full 3D sim though. Oh wow, so many people joined the Discord. I should stream on Mondays more often. I've had a lot of people stop by today. Maybe the Monday is a better time slot than Sundays, which I've normally been doing. The problem is I'm busy usually on Mondays. Because I have work typically on Mondays, but today was a holiday, so we had off of work and I'm just chilling for a 3D flight sim. We are all unemployed. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool to see. What kind of fluid sim? Like water fluid or like air fluid? Fluid can mean a lot of things. Yeah. Unfortunately, you might have caught the tail end of today's stream as well. Because I'm probably going to end the stream here shortly. I'm getting pretty hungry. And I have some stuff I need to do this evening still, so... Unfortunately, I won't be here for much longer, but I can stay in chat for a little while. Lava, yeah, that'd be cool. I was gonna demonstrate what other engine features can I show off. I don't know. It's not that interesting. I kind of don't have air infecting. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I can imagine that's difficult with 3D because, I mean, yeah, just, you know, everything just scales with the extra dimension. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Yeah, the reason is because Visual Studio is like tied to Windows only pretty much. And it's a pretty heavy IDE. Whereas VS Code has like mainline releases for all three platforms. So Mac, Linux, and Windows, which are what I use. So I like having just one editor that I can use between all three computers. Yeah, it is, I believe. So I don't know, it's just like the only decent editor. Prompt engineers. The Mac. So the only I only have a MacBook as my laptop. VS Code isn't lightweight. Sorry, I had someone message me on the side. That's a lie, jeez. Oh, okay, it's not lightweight because yeah, it is running Chromium. So it's like it's like how Discord is well as like basically a web browser. So it's lightweight in the sense that when I open up my project workspace, I don't spend like 30 seconds waiting for files to load. It just kind of goes faster than 30 seconds. It's like 5 seconds instead of 30 seconds. So it's lightweight in that relatively speaking. But the main reason is because it's cross-platform, and I just prefer not to be changing editors all the time when I'm jumping between platforms. No bad chance. Yeah. And I like that you can write plugins for it. Maybe you can, I think you can do that for Visual Studio as well, so maybe that's not necessarily a plus in VS Code's box, but yeah. I do use Visual Studio for debugging though. So like I have it installed obviously. Because Visual Studio has a better debugger, of course. I mean, the built-in VS Code debugger isn't horrible if you're just doing basic like breakpoints and stuff. But yeah, for anything deeper than breakpoints, Visual Studio has a better debugger. So I do run it occasionally. TCP. I actually wrote my own TCP code, so I can show that. I am not using a library for my networking code, which may be a very stupid idea because you can easily mess this up. But I have not... I'm not using a networking library. I'm using... let's see. I use WinSock directly, well, indirectly through this header guard thing I have. But I have abstracted it slightly, such that I have higher level representations of my like main systems. So like Obviously, you have like a socket for both UDP or TCP. They kind of behave slightly differently. And I have like a class that represents a socket that has functions for sending and receiving data. And it does all the packet management, and it like processes the packet, validates like packet headers and stuff. Yeah, and then on top of this, so like the POSIX equivalent is what library am I using? Like the NetInet ones. Kind of implement the same stuff over there. But then on top of this, in my actual like engine network library, wherever it is, where is it? Network. Yeah, I learned a lot actually. Yeah, so in my actual network library, I have built on top of these. So like my network server is a list of connections, obviously. So like I have a TCP server that listens for connections, and then no, I didn't work today because today's actually a holiday in the US. So I had off of work just due to a work holiday. It's Martin Luther King Jr. Day today, so in my company has the federal holidays off. So that's why I'm streaming on a Monday versus my typical Sunday schedule. Yeah, pretty much everything I'm doing could be shortcutted if you just did SDL. So yeah. What else? It's kind of the old name. Is it called something else now? It's hard to keep track sometimes. Hard to keep track with this world that keeps changing. Why a lot of game engines are using Linux? I don't know. I think people just like Linux because they can customize it more, and it doesn't have like spyware built into it, and it's not trying to shove Microsoft Copilot in every facet of the operating system, and it's not running advertisements in the start menu. So I think a lot of people just prefer Linux because they don't have to deal with any of that. And I could get on board with that, but the problem is all of my attempts to use Linux in a serious capacity have been worse experiences than just dealing with Windows. So yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that that's true still. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk Day. Yeah, that's something. No comment on that. No comment. Yeah. The problem is reinventing the wheel is fun, because everyone wants to be the one to invent the wheel. Like, and the other thing about Linux is it. The other thing about Linux is, so, I mean, even though it's not popular, like mainstream in like the desktop space, the user space, Linux is very popular in backends for like servers and stuff. So just being able to build natively for Linux in the game engine is beneficial, just because like this game is multiplayer and it will have a dedicated server option that you can spawn off as like a dedicated server instance. And since most servers run on Linux, it would be nice if my game could just plug right into that whole ecosystem without some weird yeah, I don't even know. It's kind of out of my that's out of my realm of experience. I assume it's better because it's just it's a lighter operating system, right? You don't need to install a desktop for it to like run as an operating system. You can just have the Linux kernel and like a, you know, a lightweight OS running on some server that doesn't, you know, like if your server doesn't have a display output, you don't need all this extra stuff that you would have with like a desktop OS. Plus it's more reliable because it's simpler, right? Like with Windows and Mac, you're kind of at the mercy of like Microsoft's closed source operating system. Whereas Linux, at least open source, so like if you're a company running some servers and you're writing server software, is probably better. Feels like a safer business decision to write for an operating system that's like open source and that you could compile yourself if you wanted to. So there's like, I assume that factors into the decisions there. Now, obviously, like in the consumer space, most people run Windows or Mac, you know, on their home computers. So if you're like making user-facing software, they mostly focus on Windows and Mac support. And especially in gaming, it's like if you look at the stats, it's like literally 99% of Steam users run on Windows. Yeah. That's my thought on that. And like I said, I'm not like a big Linux person. I don't have too deep of experience with Linux. I had Arch installed for a while, actually, because I thought, you know, like, okay, if I'm going to do Linux, I should actually understand how Linux works. So I did Arch, because Arch is like the notorious meme distro. It was working for a while, and then I just like somehow bricked my computer. I like destroyed my install by doing something that I don't even know what I did, but I probably did something dumb. And this actually happened to me twice. So then I reinstalled it and it was working fine for a while. And then I had this problem where like I had a seg fault in my update. Like I did like sudo pacman syu or whatever the update, like the update all command is. And I had a seg fault happen during the update, like just in the update from the, I don't even know. But after that, I couldn't boot my computer anymore. Like I had corrupted like my bootloader or something. So then I gave up with Arch. And I now have Debian, which was easier to install. But I still have some stupid problem with it where I have an Asus motherboard in the computer running Linux, and I guess Asus specifically like doesn't run well with Linux. So I had to do some hacky thing to get like Linux to actually boot through my motherboard. It's like my motherboard thinks Linux is like some external drive, even though it's not. I feel like I could be more productive than just sitting here and watching the snowfall. Use Windows, better driver support. Yeah, so that's kind of the conclusion. Yeah. So I use Windows as my daily driver operating system. And I actually hate to say it, but I use Mac OS as my number 2 because I have a MacBook. And I actually really like my MacBook, which was a surprise to me because before I owned a Mac, I was always fairly skeptical of the Apple ecosystem. The thing is, I think I like Mac. I like my MacBook a lot, actually, but I use my MacBook for different things than I use my main desktop for. So, like, when I'm at my main computer, my desktop, obviously I'm kind of in work mode. So, like, I'm actually doing productive stuff here. And when I'm on my MacBook, it's like when I'm not doing work. And, yeah, I think I'm okay with Mac OS because I kind of use them for different things. And what graphics API? I have OpenGL, DirectX, and Metal as my backends currently. And I have some Vulkan code, but I think my Vulkan code gets me as far as initializing the VK device or something. Let me see. I don't even remember. It's a few months since I touched this. Yeah, I have like some boilerplate Vulkan going. But most of these functions are currently stubbed out, which isn't great because I need to implement all of these basically. Yeah, I'm using DirectX 11, so I don't have DirectX 12 either. And that's for no reason other than I just haven't gotten to doing DirectX 12. I was most familiar with DirectX 11 when I started the project, so I did DirectX 11 in OpenGL first, just because they were like the quickest to get running. And then through the fall, I got Metal implemented for Mac. So I run Metal natively. And Metal kind of is close to DirectX 12 and Vulkan in like the general philosophy of how the API works. So obviously there were some things I had to change about my renderer to sort of map to that in a cleaner way. Fall, season, the autumn. My bad. Specifically the months October through November. For any of those in the southern hemisphere where it's currently summer right now. What resources I use for C++? I don't really have any resources, unfortunately. Not a very great answer, I know. I think there's lots of good tutorials out there for things. It's tough though because there's no like one tutorial that covers, you know, how to be a C++ game developer, right? Like there's a series by the Cherno who's making an engine, and that's pretty good. His coding style is more closer to like modern mainstream C++ coding styles. And then there's like Casey Muratori, I don't know how to say his last name, Handmade Hero series, which is, I actually don't know if that's C++ or C, but he does more like kind of C styled, I guess, coding style. And he has a good long series on making a game engine. And I think those would be good to watch if you're starting from, I have a good name. We're name buddies. Jared. Yeah, I'm twiddling my thumbs. I don't have any low-hanging fruit things to work on right now, actually. I finished most of the stuff I want to do. Let me do some, maybe I can do some stuff with the multiplayer before I sign off here. Because there was some stuff I want to send to the server actually. I can send that here in my, I can add some networking code here. So I do this handshake thing, and I want to send my user ID through the handshake. Casey Moratori, let me, I don't know if it's C or C++. You might have seen him. He's pretty popular actually in the programming world. Let me see his right name. Yeah, I do use the platforms for sound as well. That's actually a good thing I could show off. Yeah, so, oh yeah, yeah, okay, he's great too. Yeah, yeah, I actually used to know him. I've chatted with him a few times. He was a backer on one of a Kickstarter project I was part of a team with like 10 years ago. So yeah, he has some good stuff too. Forgot to mention him. Yeah, so I do have my own audio stuff. The back end for the audio is actually really simple because you don't have to do much on the back end. Oh yeah, I saw he's doing some robotics thing, isn't he? I saw the thumbnail for that. I didn't watch the video. Yeah, but essentially the audio for like the actual back end sort of system level is pretty simple. It's not much code for this. It's like essentially you create a mixer thread which runs in the background. But you basically give it, you know, a buffer of like audio sample data, which in my engine I just use 16-bit integers, I believe. But the actual hard part is the audio mixer system. So this is where like the meat of it comes in. And this is like actually lives outside of the platform backend code because this is kind of more high level, I guess. But yeah, I support mono and dual channel sounds. I also support streamed audio. So like longer music tracks, it will load chunks of it into memory as it needs it rather than having the whole sound, I guess, file loaded in RAM at all time. And then this also has an effects layer. So I have a few effects that I can access. So I have like here are like the three. I guess I don't have too many effects. I have spatial audio, which just takes like a listener position, and the sounds can be emitted at a position, and then from that you can kind of derive. Oh, and like a look vector, forward vector, and from that you can calculate, you know, how loud should it be in your right ear versus your left ear, and you can apply that to the left and right channel. I have like a low pass filter and a reverb filter. And this all runs through like, I don't know, the code's on the GitHub for this. I think all of that's up to date if you actually wanted to look at it. It's pretty intense actually to kind of understand what's happening. But I have a... yeah, I should have known. I don't do like full on like sounds like... Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's actually very similar to graphics programming. It reminds me a lot of writing like lighting shaders, where you take like the dot product from, you know, the light direction and the surface normal, and from that you can get, you know, a brightness value. It's very similar to that actually, So I found it somewhat easy to write, just because I had the background in graphics. Now let me turn the stream music down. Yeah, because I have this little test project where I have some stuff in here. But here I can, wow, it's really loud. So like here I just have some debug. This is like actually my UI test thing, but I have the audio hooked in here as well for like some of the filters. So like obviously I can control volume. And like here's like a low pass filter. So it chops off the high frequency noise. And then there's reverb. Did I convert to Big Endian? I don't. I keep it all Little Endian. Yeah. I'm not done with this yet, actually, so I'm still working on that whole system. Which is actually why the bottom of the page says I'm working on networking and serialization. But I have a serializer system, which will let me handle the Endianness differences. So yeah, the thing is, in like the modern day, I'm pretty sure like basically all consumer computers are Little Endian now. I think Big Endian is kind of obscure to like stuff I probably wouldn't be running my game on. But of course, I want to address it because I shouldn't like rely on that fact. Like it's kind of, I don't know. It's not responsible as like a programmer to like rely on the fact or to make the assumption that the end hardware is like Little Endian or Big Endian, especially over netcode, because like if I'm sending Little Endian data stream, right, and I try to interpret that on a machine that's like running Big Endian, I'm gonna get just garbage values when I try to read the bytes. Yeah, and that's like the debate too. It's like, it's not much additional work for me to add support for it, with how my little serialization system works. Because through function overloading, I can just easily stub in a function that when I write like a 32-bit integer to the byte stream, it will set it like it will write it as Little Endian. And then the read function would of course detect what system you're on, like what the Endianness of your system is, and then depending on that, it could read it as, convert it over or not, if it matches. So that's like something that I could do. But yeah, it's just like I don't know. It kind of reminds me of like the 64-bit versus 32-bit operating system issue, where in my engine I just decided I'm not going to support 32-bit because I don't have interest personally in building for any 32-bit platforms, and I don't know. He won't support Windows. It's just it makes some of this backend code easier if I just assume that everything's going to be 64-bit, because then I know the size of things. Like I know my pointer size is going to be an 8-byte, or at least 8 bytes, and like I know what my max representable integer value is. So yeah. Let's get the music back on. Yeah, so it's interesting. There's a lot of things you have to consider. Yeah, right. I probably have like kind of contradictory opinions on things, but like this is actually one thing I kind of like. Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't like this. Part of me likes it, but the other part of me doesn't like it. I kind of like how Apple has like explicitly deprecated 32-bit from their computers going forward. Because I just know from looking through all these C headers that there's so much like conditionally compiled code to either handle 32-bit or 64-bit. And like if you look at like the Windows C headers, you have things that are like split up into a high part and a low part because like Windows has to be backwards compatible with 32-bit operating. Like Windows strives itself in being backwards compatibility all the way to the beginning, basically. And the consequence of that is that software that was written, 25, 30 years ago should still run on a modern Windows machine. And I think that's commendable because like it's nice to have backwards compatibility. But if you like actually use some of these like Windows C header files, it's like they do some crazy stuff with like what they expect you to pass. And they use like a really weird custom type system as well. Like they have like pointers and then they have long pointers. But in a 64-bit system, a pointer and a long pointer are like the same thing. So you have this redundant way of deciding pointers. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. So it's a headache. Like I'm kind of afraid that I've messed up some of that stuff too in the engine code, and it just works fine on my system because I just run 64-bit. Like here, I can like we can look at some of this actually. I can actually be showing stuff as I'm talking, I guess. So like if we go into the Windows headers, we have like all their custom type things they have here. And they, I forget what this notation's called. I think it's Hungarian notation maybe, where they like bake in, the pointer type is part of the name. But like you'll see like a long pointer to a C wide character string. And it's like, so I understand what this means because I've worked in this code for a while now. So like I've learned, what a wide char is, and all of this fun stuff. But it's just like look, I even have my define here, just like saying that if I'm not running on a 64-bit machine, I'm just going to static assert and not let the code compile. Because I don't even want to run into the headache of trying to get this to work on 32-bit now, which maybe makes me lazy as a developer, but it's also like I'm doing so much from scratch. It's just I can't do all of it, right? So yeah, that's the battle I've decided to not take. But I don't even do it here, so I'm not even being consistent. I'm being inconsistent about my usage of this stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, what was I going to do? I was going to do network stuff. I'm not doing Vulkan yet. I have Vulkan as a work in progress. So I don't have Vulkan in a working state. I think it might compile. I think I'm at the point where Vulkan compiles. Oh no, it doesn't even compile. Well, so much for that. Yeah, some of these are just fake errors. I have ClangD as my driving my IntelliSense, my syntax. And these are just like fake errors because it's not parsing the file correctly or something. Okay, so I want to, here, I need to transition. I want to do some quick multiplayer stuff before I end the stream. Just one last bit of work to bookend this evening before I go eat dinner because I'm getting hungry. Oops, I didn't mean to close that so fast. So I need to open up Steam so I can turn the Steam build back on. But Steam is like one of the worst programs on Windows in terms of opening up quickly. Okay, so back to the game. So in session init, where is session? Okay, Steam. Vulkan doesn't work, of course. This isn't the game. Okay, so I added this recently, but I haven't hooked it up with multiplayer yet. So when the game starts, you get prompted with this little message, basically asking for a username. And this is what it prompts you with if you're running just like a standalone build. So like I'm not attached to any launcher. So it asks for a username, and that's good. If I run with Steam, so this will use the Steam API now because I'm in the Steam config. When I log in or when I start, oh, I don't know why it showed up over here. So it's over here now on the right side. So this string that printed is basically my user ID, and it got that from the Steam API. So that's just like, so I know, what account is running. And that's how I'm going to like uniquely identify, I guess, players and like connections and stuff clearly, because I need some way of identifying who is who. Or like if you have a save file and you're loading up the save file, it's like whose player save data do you load for the client that's that's loading. So this number is like my global user ID thing. And I want to add that as part of the handshake for the networking packet, so that the server can know who's connecting. And then at some point I'll actually verify that the connection is like an actual valid connection. But for now I'm just going to send it and just have the server print it out, just so it like actually gets sent over. So in network code, when does this get sent? The server sends, actually the client should send the handshake. So where does this get sent? Yeah, because right now I have a to-do here, which is exactly what I want to address. So instead of sending 32, I'll send a user ID. And then I will send the session.user ID. And then when I receive this on the server, we have to read that. And then we can just dump this to a little string temporarily. And that should print that. We just need to re-enable this. Which one was the server? I don't even know. This one. So now when we connect, we didn't receive it. Okay. So that didn't work. Let's see. Why didn't that work? It's a great question. Oh, I'm printing user ID, not the buffer, of course. All right, so there we go, it gets the user ID. And then I would have to do here, so I guess I do have a to do here. Yeah, and then that way I can basically ensure that if someone's connecting to the server, they're actually like a valid account and they're not spoofing themselves as someone else or something crazy. So that will be a to-do. Unfortunately, the Steam API for validating user IDs is kind of a pain in the ass because it's built on HTTPS. So you need like an HTTPS secured socket protocol, basically, which is one thing I'm probably going to concede and use a library for because I do not care to learn how HTTPS handshakes work. Just for the sake of connecting the Steam servers and checking if a user is who they say they are. So that's a to-do I'll have to do at some point in the future. I'll need to find a good library to do that. One that's not too much extra code to do something simple like that. But yeah, that'll be a future project. Maybe I'll do that on Sunday during the next stream. Or if I stream earlier in the week, I'm not sure yet what the week looks like. But I think I'm going to end the stream here. Thanks everyone for watching. It was a good time, good chat. Lots of people joined. It was a fun time talking to everybody. I know I spent the second half not doing a whole lot of actual work. Just kind of chatting, but yeah, I'll stream again Sunday, most likely. And potentially before that. I'll have to come up with a schedule, maybe. Maybe that'd be more useful for everybody. But yeah, thanks everyone. I'll see you guys. Have a good one.